getting near the later end of my start times, but we are here. We're ready to go. There have been a few people. I've noticed a little bit of a trend lately that people seem to be following the cast when I'm not actually broadcasting, so I'm not quite sure what's driving that. It is most likely the VODs. So as always, if you are watching this on YouTube and I haven't had a chance to say so to you live, thank you again for continuing to support this sort of stuff. I realize that by any standards of YouTube, I am little more than a statistical error for, I think, anything but the tutorial video. But obviously the fact that the game has been embraced by lots of people and lots of different people is something that's kind of kept me going with it. And it never hurts to say thank you for that. So I hope you're all doing well. I'm sorry that, again, we do our monthly ritual of missing a cast in the week, and that was due to Dirty Rectangles at Ottawa. Now, I actually got to show something Cultist Simulator related at Dirty Rectangles, and I would love to be able to say, and here it is right now. But it was a work in progress, and I have always learned that if I show works in progress on stream, I can immediately triple the amount of time that it will take me to get done. So, needless to say, we are closing in on something. You will very likely know exactly what it is when you see it. But I still need a little bit of time to unpack everything. I unfortunately did not record a Surviving Mars episode. I got back a little bit late, and I was ready to record it until I looked at the hour, and then I was like, I'm either going to have to do an unreasonably short episode and get some sleep, or, I'm going to have problems at work. Now, as it happens, going to bed did not immediately imply sleep. I woke up a couple of times in the middle of the night and wound up sleeping through my alarm, so I wound up with no Surviving Mars video, no sleep, and I still got into the event that I was doing at work embarrassingly late, but everyone was sort of okay with how it turned out, so that was more my ego that was bruised than anything. But not very relevant to Cultist Simulator. One little bit of housekeeping for those of you who do not actively follow the development of Weather Factory's products, and I strongly encourage that you do. It's not just Lottie and Alexis anymore. There's some pretty regular updates from more or less everyone involved in this game. And it has actually been that way for some time. The thing is that, of course, I first played this game when it was a prototype, and so it has largely been an experience of interacting with the two founders of Weather Factory, Lottie Bevan and Alexis Kennedy. But that isn't to undermine the contributions of the new people who've come in. They've genuinely improved the game, and in a lot of cases, they've actually been making life better for Cultist Simulator fans before they took on an official role. I'm thinking particularly of Lyra Zyder, who has given the community quite a number of very useful tools, and obviously we've always had modding capabilities inside of Cultist Simulator, but there was even more added. So with that in mind, who is responsible? Design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy, production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan, UI design and coding by Martin Erikar. By the way, the housekeeping thing will come a little bit later. Art, Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon. Music by Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erbe for Mickey Moore Productions Limited. Audio by Soundcuts. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan. Additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, Mark Gagne, also known as Lyra Zyder, and Hannah Rose. We've got additional design by Callan Porter and marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey. Finally, special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. I wasn't originally going to mention this, but I did have a chance to meet up with Haley Urias and Lottie Bevan. It was said on Twitter, so I feel okay to say that. I think I actually might have mentioned that the last time I played Cultist Simulator as well, but it does bear mentioning. They are very cool people online, and they are even more interesting in person. So I won't mention it every single time, But I do like to stress there's a lot of people involved with this game. Almost all of them are on Twitter. Obviously special mention to Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, who I've had a lot of interactions with. Martin Erikar has got his new game out, Nowhere Profit. It seemed to do quite well in terms of attention, and he's putting a lot of effort into sort of filing down some of the sharper edges that people are identifying after release. So certainly a lot of work going into that. Hannah Rose had this wonderful post about using shaders to sort of create a Cultist Simulator style look in a 3D environment. Lyra Zider, above and beyond just being an interesting person in general, actually does a stream as well, so you can follow him on Twitch and you can get a chance to see his enigmas, whether he's doing XCOM, whether he's doing Jackbox, or whether he's doing The Sims. It's usually a pretty good time. He is much like the founders of Weather Factory, an impossibly nice man who seems to be capable of doing rather impressive things while also helping me out with some of my very fundamental questions, which are probably beneath him. And then, of course, Claire Sharkey, not to be outdone, but of course she is PR, and so if you've not already heard of her, then I suppose that raises a question in terms of the self-PR, but a lot of fun to interact with. And in fact, if you're a streamer yourself, you very likely have interacted with her. So, the housekeeping news. If you've not clicked this button, if you've not signed up for the updates... By the way, Velkin, I'm sorry, I don't have a good reply to what you said, but hello, and I loved the encouragement that you had for the game idea that was on Twitter. That was my sort of fallback position. That was not what I actually thought was going to be made. I was just very frustrated with the fact that somebody could say, well, I don't want to play that, and like that was the end of the discussion. It's like, well, what gives? But yeah, so the Book of Hours, the Kickstarter has been pushed back to, I believe, September 3rd now. So we've got a little over a month before we will get a chance to open our hearts and our wallets for Weather Factory's new game. They did actually mention what their rough expectations were. So they are estimating about 7,000, they'll need about 7,000 people to make the Book of Hours. The Book of Hours will take a longer time to develop than Cultist Simulator, but of course this is also a reflection of sort of the ambitions for the game. And it's important to remember too, this game, the Book of Hours, is going to be building on top of things that were already developed for Cultist Simulator. This is everything from sort of the world, the lore, but also the fact that, there's sort of a system in place. This game will be somewhat familiar. They've got a bigger staff. They've got, more time to make it. Everything seems to point to the Book of Hours being a really satisfying follow-up. It's, of course, way too early to tell all of this stuff, but I always like to remind people, I want to do my best in terms of talking about Cultist Simulator news as best as I can, but if you ever want to be informed from the official sources about this game, you can go to weatherfactory.biz, you can sign up for the newsletter, you can sign up for the newsletter on weatherfactory.biz, and of course, it's most important to remember that right now, you can go to Steam, you can type in the Book of Hours, and you'll be able to wishlist it right away. If you have absolutely no need for Twitter, no need for emails, you never communicate with another human being, you just sit at a computer and you play video games, there's still a way for you to be informed about about the Book of Hours, and that's to follow it right now. So I'm personally looking forward to it. If you do follow these accounts, if you do check out the website, you'll actually see that there's a little bit of a write-up in terms of what the game is going to be like. It cannot be said enough that following the people involved with this game will give you a little bit more info in terms of what's going on. There's lots of, Hannah will post some examples of sort of iterations and prototypes of the library. Lottie does a lot of both the production side, but also a lot of art stuff. And Alexis has been talking quite a bit in terms of kind of the broader vision in terms of the Book of Hours. So even if you don't normally follow people, now is actually a rather good time to be doing that, because it seems like the releases, they're not really leaks. I think they're very intentional to build up interest inside of the game, and I think it's working very well. But if you don't normally follow stuff like that online, I would encourage you to make an exception for Weather Factory, because they do seem to be doing it. They seem to be doing it very well, and they seem to be doing it in a way that other people don't normally do. But I've got my usual sort of overture to get people into the stream, and we are going to be returning to our Ghoul playthrough. Now, I seem to remember I idiot-proofed this playthrough last stream, and that was specifically so that I wouldn't... That would be so that I didn't like wind up missing out on a on any counters going down. So we're going through the white door. That's going to need health. That's fine. The icy atmosphere is either going to have to turn into a summon, and I don't believe I have any rituals yet, or it'll decay into despair. Now, normally I'd be okay with that because I have contentment to back it up, but this is almost certainly going to be around after the contentment dies. We are combining erudition into a lesson learned. Now I'm kind of interested in terms of the lesson learned. Oh, I see what I'm doing with contentment. Okay, I approve of past me's decisions. Okay, so we've got one lesson learned. We're getting another one here, and it's because I want to upgrade my scholarship. So that one makes sense. I am hanging on to the experienced swindler, likely because I'm under investigation. I am indeed. So here I'm just sort of stalling out the moth followers so that they can destroy the evidence when the notoriety, triggers. If the notoriety triggers. I mean, I really... 4 or 5 mystique. So I gotta get lucky, but, 4 or 5 mystique down. I think we're in the clear. I'm adding stuff to my library. I'm currently painting with contentment, so the idea here with the contentment is that I'm going to hang on to this long enough to deal with the icy atmosphere. Season of Despair is coming up, but I believe it will be gone before the icy atmosphere turns into despair. So we're okay on that front. We did finally eat. Yeah, we did eat the dead. So I'm not hungry enough yet to be able to dig up a graveyard, but that's going to be something that I'm going to be able to do down the road. And I think after I take care of my erudition, I'm going to translate what is contained by Silver, the Orchid Transfigurations, and I can read Apollo and Marsyas. Actually, we could probably just read Apollo and Marsyas right away, and then we can move on. Okay, I think I've got what I need. We're going to try and finish off Moorlands. We'll start buying books from Oriflamme's. And at some point I do need to start going on expeditions, but the thing is that my lineup is kind of thin. So I do tend to be a little cautious in terms of the way that I play the game in general. Almost certainly too cautious. But we'll see maybe if there's some possibilities sort of down the line in terms of going through things. We do at least have one knock believer. It'd be nice if I had like a lantern. Well, I guess lantern and knock tend to work the same. I don't know. I think it's still a little bit of a thin roster to be moving ahead, so I'm probably not going to be doing any expeditions, but if I get sufficiently antsy, I might break that rule as well. Okay. Also, I didn't have dinner yet. I knew that I'd be casting a bit later, so I made the somewhat ill-advised choice not to cook dinner till after the stream, but this might result... I don't know if this will result in me being grumpier than usual, or if I'm just going to... I'm just going to... I'm going to be, like, really eager to get off the cast. The one worry I have, actually, is that what I'll do is I'll be tired at the end, and I will neglect to actually make dinner. But I trust you all to keep me honest. Okay, so we have 2 minutes before the notoriety expires. It's possible we'll get by without it, and that's good news if so. We'll carry on talking to the swindler. It'd be nice if I could upgrade the hanger on or try and bring new people in through the occult scraps and such, but for the time being I want to eliminate risks to my operation, because the fact of the matter is that like Yzabet and Porter with their Moth 2 are not going to be that reliable for getting rid of the evidence. The evidence will of course failing to get rid of the evidence will generate more notoriety, and it's likely that I'll lose a follower to that. Okay, my recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. Looks like I didn't make much from that though. So the good news is I've got some contentment to show for it. I'm going to be losing some glimmering, so that's less desirable, but that's life as well. I should probably be able to upgrade my wild imagination if I was so inclined. So let's just take a quick look at what we've got on the board here. So this will be going away. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and then I'd read the collection of poetry for 4. So if I want, I can try and upgrade my wild imagination. I have most of the lore, so I should be able to get by with another piece of I should be able to get by with what I've got. Of course, I may not necessarily be selecting into the lore that's most helpful for me, but I don't exactly have a clear idea of what that path's going to look like anyway. So, Valken says you've used some lessons learnt in Cultist Simulator and applied them to Avorion. You recommended that recently, didn't you? And I failed to look it up, so I'm actually going to bring this up in another tab right now. Yes. Okay, cool. Yes, I remember exactly what happened now. I remember the trailer auto playing, and then I wound up... So I've got a light switch beside my power switch for this room. Every once in a while, I hit the power switch instead of the light switch, and I turn every electronic in this room off instead of turning the light switches on. And I feel like a complete moron every time that I do it. But there we go. I will give it proper attention shortly, Falcon. Okay. I technically have enough to keep going. I think in this particular case, though, I'm going to... Oh, this is a trickier one. Oh, that's right. Contentment isn't a memory. I don't actually have anything to ply my trade with right now. So, looks like I'm painting again. That's going to be inconvenient for me, but... In this case, I'm going to hang on to one of the older ones. So this is a pure reputation play. I'm going to hang on to the contentment here. I can't really afford to go to Moorlands because I'm very likely not going to be able to cover rent. Or at the very least, I won't be able to cover paints. I suppose I can try and sell something. I don't even have any Spentrea to sell, though. So yeah, I'm really... I mean, unless I want to take Poppy's offer, I'm actually in a little bit of trouble financially. If I get in a pinch, I can work as a day laborer, but I'm definitely not going to be able to sell... I'm definitely not going to be able to spruce up my painting. Velkin says, you used what you had on hand to beat up some pirates that waylaid you, mostly in the dead panic you get when you realize you have 2 fascinations stacked up and have to get rid of that third right now. That's I was going to say, it's delightful to hear that Cultist Simulator is teaching you the right life lessons. Okay, normally I wouldn't want to go for the restlessness, but in this particular case here, this is actually income producing for me, so I'm going to hang on to that. Let's take... I'm trying to think if it makes more sense for me to try and go through the stag door right now or the white door. No, actually I'm looking for more furtive truths. So the white door actually has this weird logic to it. That's one thing I can do with my exploration while I'm waiting, actually. The Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So if I'm not going to be using the explore verb, the very least that I can do is start bringing up some locations. So what hungers drive us? So this will give me Gravemouth, I think it is? Yeah, Graveyard Mouth. So this will allow me to bring up some bodies from the... I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any cash, so we're going to have to hope that we can still cover the costs. How much do I have? Okay, I'll have a little under 30 seconds for restlessness. This is becoming a really big liability. I'm still going to have the notoriety to worry about. Yeah. It's getting close with the restlessness, but we can deal with Miss Nania later. No money. Oh no, we did get money. The taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. Okay, so I am going to be... The final fulfillment of a desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fall on my deeds. Desires are often the means of winning the game. The desire for sensation or power or enlightenment will require a great ritual, but there are other, even rarer desires. Desires, especially in the ghoul, priest, and... rare desires, especially in the ghoul, priest, and dancer expression. Okay, it's not as informative as I thought it was. Let's take my reputation as a medium to make the most of the restlessness that I have right now. What I might do is I might switch out the fleeting reminiscence for restlessness if I can make the timers work properly. My hope right now is that we're able to run out the clock on the notoriety, but we don't know it for sure, so I'm going to keep the swindler around. I've reordered the boundaries of my ignorance and have become a notable scholar. So let's see if I can preserve this glimmering. Now seems like a really good opportunity for me to try and level this up if I can. It's going to be a little bit of a moonshot, but I think it's one that's worth taking. I do have some books that I can study, but I know I'm not going to be acquiring as many while I do all of my other tasks. Okay, furtive truth I can work with. And I think I'm just going to keep going. I do need to make sure that I deal with the dread, so that's the contentment. And unfortunately, I don't have any vitality I can hang on to right now. Okay, this place merits closer investigation. The Congregation of St. Felix of Shuren. I'm going to read the descriptions. I'm going to do something a little bit different with the descriptions. I'm going to read them as I do them, because what I've noticed with this playthrough especially, I've held off on doing a lot of actions, and what that means is I wind up reading the same description several times over, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but also in the interest of maybe trying to make a little bit of progress, I will at least cut out the rereading of certain texts before I'm ready to go with them. I just want to double check that Explore is the best thing that I can do right now. I think I'm a little too light on funds to justify a trip to Moorlands. And it would be sort of nice to see some locations on the table, so... I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So normally here I would be using the fleeting reminiscence in my reputation as a medium, but in this particular case, I want to... Who is that? Cisco Zombie, thank you very much for the subscription. Twitch Prime subscription. That was unexpected and delightful. I keep forgetting that the sync is completely out on that video now. I'm gonna have to do something to bring it back together. It used to be a lot better, but thank you very much for the sub. Okay, so normally what I would be doing here is like I'd be painting away the restlessness, and then I'd be using the fleeting reminiscence I'd be turning that into restlessness and just banking off of that. The problem is that I'm using my talk verb, so Miss Nania is closed off to me for the next little while. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I'm not too worried about it. But it does mean that I sort of need to rearrange where I put certain priorities. Let's see. I would normally want to sort of study health, because obviously I'm short on money. And in this particular case, I'd rather not have to pay to recover the the health, but it's very likely that the time's going to pass before I'm able to gain another vitality. We'll see what I can do to try and bring that back. I could maybe work at a physical labor job, but then of course that would mean that I need to worry about the restlessness. So for the time being, I'm going to build things assuming that I'm going to wind up spending money on recovery, that my study verb will be occupied with getting my lessons learnt, and yeah, that basically work. I'm gonna hammer the restlessness. Study, I'm gonna keep doubling up the glimmering, although I think I'm not gonna be able to properly put this to bed. I can double these guys up, but I think it's gonna be a pretty... Well, okay, there's a very outside chance that I'm gonna be able to turn that into money, but it's gonna be a really tight fit. Okay, in anticipation of the fact that I'm going to be getting restlessness from the old unhappy far off things, let's take 58.6. So I know I'm going to outlive the notoriety. So in this case, this is going to be a mystique play. I'll put a little passion in for good measure. This restlessness goes inside, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. And I mean, the sneaky thing I could do would maybe be to like try and keep one of these glimmerings inside the painting verb, but if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I'm not gonna cry. Oop, I think I just... Okay, like I have to have a hair trigger on this thing, but it's... Nah, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna get the lesson learned. It was that twitchy second space that did me in. Okay, so I spent money on an experienced swindler that I didn't actually need, but that's fine because they were a security policy. We'll see whether or not I outdo the timer, but I'm pretty sure these things are going to burn up before this finishes. But we may still get glimmering from the... we may actually get glimmering from the painting itself, so it's not ruled out. St. Agnes Hospital's the next one up. Let's spend some money on healing up. This is why I didn't immediately go running into Moorlands and spending the money that was in my pocket. I kind of need to keep the finances under control. Now, if we don't make money off of this painting, that's going to be a big problem, but... Okay, now the restlessness, again, I'd love to use the fleeting reminiscence in this case. Oh, you know what? Take Misnania, I'm going to turn that into a fleeting reminiscence just for safety. We will do the medium work as with the fleeting reminiscence, and then we'll convert the fleeting reminiscence back into a restlessness. Now, normally what I'd like to do is sort of imprison the experienced swindler, but in this case that would earn me a notoriety that I can't afford at the moment. So instead we'll just let them vanish off into the night. Now, how are we on glimmering? Looks like we only got one. Ooh, we didn't get anything out of that. We got the value of our paints back. We sold it for scrap. Okay. Again, I'm near certain that this is not going to work, but let's see if I can do it. Oh, drat. Yeah. Alright, so if I want to try and upgrade my passion, I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. But you know what? It's worth trying, I think. Okay, so it's going to take me 21 seconds to make my work slot available. That's fine. What I'm going to do instead is convert the fleeting reminiscence right back to restlessness, and the nice thing is I'm not going to have this ticking time bomb of restlessness waiting for me later, so... But the way this goes on me, I know some people prefer not to chat, but if you did want me to just heap praise on you in chat, feel free to say hi. But if you'd rather just be a silent benefactor, I'm completely fine with that. So far as I can tell, the coffee is bought with silent money as well as... Yes, you're the silent partner. Although partnership means a slightly different thing on Twitch. Anyways, thank you again for that. More occult scraps. I might actually need more of these now that I think of it. Again, this is mostly just because I'm not in a financial position to be able to go to Moorlands. I'm going to deal with some of that by dealing with the Fleeting Reminiscence. I actually forgot we've got this one as well, so I'm going to need to deal with another Fleeting Reminiscence. So that's going to be 30 seconds. I think I'm actually okay letting the Restless... I really thought that I would have a fresh Restlessness available for me this time around, but I don't. So it's going to be like a 30-something second. I think I can still work with that, though. Miss Nania acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. Okay, so while I'm waiting for, you know, basically to get back on my feet financially and maybe to try and build up some, you know, some glimmering and whatnot, let's just blab about the secret world and see if we can find anybody else to bring into our cult. In the meantime, let's also go through the White Door because I'm almost certainly going to need some furtive truths. It's also very likely I'm going to need some occult scraps because I'm pretty sure we've got a few more locations after the next two. The really funny thing about this game is that while I've played it a lot, I don't know if it's a lack of interest or just a lack of ability, but I've really not been the type who wants to remember... Like, so it's a little bit like when I do academic stuff. To my mind, there are the things that you learn through repetition. There is knowledge that you will get through... doing, you know, through study, and you find it sufficiently interesting. There are some things that you need to know, but in general, like, I've never really wanted to commit,
for lack of a better word, is good.
Here, go to Moorlands on me.
Thank you very much to Valken and, or sorry, not Valken, and also Cisco Zombie spoke up. Sorry, I didn't mean to draw you out if you had no intention, but I did want to read this for posterity, especially for those of you on YouTube. Cisco Zombie says, just wanted to support you. Have always enjoyed your Cultist Simulator streams as well as the other games that you play. Keep up the good work. Thank you kindly for that. It's easy for somebody like. It's not hard for people to imagine, like, oh, yes, you like hearing compliments. What a surprising and original man you are. But the thing is that especially, I don't think this is unique just to streamers, but it's not a given that any given, like, it's not a given that, like, people just get heaps of praise. Like, this is one weird thing that I began to realize about people who did stuff that I liked. Is that their day-to-day experience is not necessarily everyone, you know, saying what a genius they are or anything like that. Despite the fact I'm like, well, clearly, you know, this person, you know, I like this person's thing. Clearly everyone else should recognize this. And it's not uncommon to still see. I mean, I usually tend to... It depends on the nature of the nastiness. If it's like somebody just saying something unkind, I usually keep it. If somebody's backseating, I usually delete it. But the thing is that, like, for me at the very least, my experience of people who do things like streaming or who do things like make games is that it is not sort of this constant stream of praise that I sort of expect that they get. And as a result, it's made me a little bit more used to saying a kind word when I can. And so... with that in mind, like, because I know a given comment, usually on Cultist Simulator, they're actually very nice. Not always, but like the majority of comments are very nice ones. But given the fact that I think anybody on the internet now, even if you're not like a content creator, a given interaction will not necessarily be a pleasant one, it absolutely makes me appreciate the ones that I do have. So in addition to the subscription, which is obviously a nice way of financially supporting the stream, I cannot stress enough how much your kind words, even if they seem like very basic ones or ones that people might take for granted, they really do make the difference. They do a great job of sort of making me want to stream stuff like this and just continue streaming in general more. So thank you for that. I don't always mean, I don't really, I mean, I say that I don't, but I have a tendency to do this anyway. I don't necessarily want to get ridiculously mushy over every compliment that I get. But I do think it needs to be said, how positive these interactions can be, and how they really do make the difference. So, and then of course, not to be outdone, totally not Valken, thank you again. You've basically covered, actually, so ironically, because of course I'm only paying the PayPal processing fee, you've contributed, you know, more than a month of membership, but you don't get any of the emotes to play with. Although I do happen to know that you've got a fancy Eyes of Sin emote yourself. Obviously Cisco Zombie and some of you are going to be able to use this delightful one here. But Valken to you gets to use the Octavi Pepe, which Eyes of Sin made. It's an interesting thing that Octavian's done, which is he's tried to sort of recover the Pepe emote from its from its more unsavory connections now. Obviously it's its own unique creation, but I think one of the things that I really like about his take on it, or Sin's take with the motivation from Oct, I do like that it's sort of its own thing, and I particularly like the enthusiasm that's on its face, so it's cute. Anyways, for those of you who've got that fancy sub badge, please feel free to use that emote. I really like the work that Sin did with it, and for those of you who don't, I need to find like some way of getting the like getting a bot set up or something like that that lets you use the emote. Like I should probably do like a bot command that lets you use the System 1 HMM emote. That was actually a thought process. You were going to sub, but you thought, I don't know, would you do better? I mean, so my view on that, like, so I really prefer leaving this stuff to blogs, but I know, despite myself, I really talk about this stuff a lot on stream. It has always been true that supporting streamers directly through through direct donations is the way to maximize the amount that goes into their pocket. And since Twitch introduced the affiliate program and like subs and sub emotes and stuff like that, my revenues were cut by 2/3. So the amount that I was making when I had, I think, half the number of followers is a third of what what I'm making now is a third of what I had with less than half of the follower, maybe not the viewership count that I do. But the thing is that this is true of any business. Circumstances can change, suppliers can change their terms. Obviously, Twitch gives me a place to stream, and if their rules have changed in such a way that such a way that, you know, the revenues go down for me, I need to adapt to that. And again, this is a business to me in the sense that I have to file the taxes and whatnot. But the fact of the matter is I do not look differently upon people for saying, oh, you donated rather than you subbed. The fact of the matter is that you guys get more when you sub because you get access to the emote. I get more when you donate because I only pay the PayPal processing fees rather than the Twitch sort of affiliate split. But my view has always been to let people make their own decision, because to be honest with you, I am very fond of the work that the Eyes of Sin did with that, and enabling people to be able to use those subs more means that her work gets seen more often, and that makes me very happy to see. So I am, you know, if I'm doing accounting stuff, I always frown at the dollar value, but I don't have my accountant hat on except the one time a year when I do that. So that's if that helps your thought process at all, Velkin, I am equally happy that you support, because the fact of the matter is the biggest hurdle for a streamer to go over, anyone especially, because this stuff is free, right? It's always going to be free on YouTube. I almost certainly will never have any monetization on YouTube. Twitch is really the only place where there's like a money option, and going from like 0 to 1 cent is probably the biggest hurdle. You know, people have donated everything from $2 to $200 in single donation amounts, and it's, you know, it's always been appreciated, because in the end, going from that like 0 to 1, whether it's a Twitch Prime subscription, because obviously you're paying quite a bit for a Twitch Prime, well, Amazon Prime, but obviously you pay quite a bit for that. My view on that is that it is recognition that despite the fact that I could have consumed this for free, and that will always be the majority of people's experience, that somebody has said, I am willingly giving up part of something that I worked for as a token of gratitude. And it is something that I always cherish, independent of the dollar value. And Baver, how are you doing? Sorry you caught me at a point where I was talking about the finances. We've got the Intensity of Radiance, which means that Fascination is coming up soon. The Invisible Arts, Christopher Lopley is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and peaceful mist, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after walking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air, a six-order influence, significant resonances, or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So, unfortunately, this is going to decay into Fascination, which means I either need a fleeting reminiscence or a dread kicking around to deal with it, neither of which is going to be readily available. Another worry that I have is that I'm going to have about 117 seconds to read this collection of poetry and get my wild imagination available. So I'm still gonna stick with it, though. I think that's still probably my better path. As far as streaming is concerned, let's just keep going through the white door, because I am looking to get more of those furtive truths. How you doing, The Exception? And Ed Baver says, this is fair, you know the money topic comes around from time to time. Yeah, well, it's just one of these things where when somebody says something to the effect, this is kind of paraphrasing, but it's like, I'm not sure if you would prefer donations or subscriptions. It's one of these ones where I kind of want to be very frank about the conditions. I am not very fond of the way that Twitch does the split, because I don't think they give enough to justify that split. But the fact of the matter is I'm still on the platform. So, you know, take that as you will. So I want to make sure that the terms are clear, you know, that there is actually a difference for me, and I don't see any reason why you guys shouldn't know that. But I also want to be very clear in articulating that difference is not one that I take into account. Like, it would just strike me as really ungrateful to turn around and say it's like, oh, well, that was a sub as opposed to a donation, you know. How dare you? Like, the option's there. I can close my affiliate agreement when I want. I've chosen to take the affiliate agreement, and there's more stuff that you get for it. You get the sub emotes. So it's a situation of my own creation. But obviously, if somebody's going to say that they're not sure what is better for me, like, if I suppose I could put it to you this way: if somebody's intention is to maximize the money going into my pocket, and that's the only dimension that they want to maximize over, there's one clear option. If the choice is to celebrate, participate in, support the community, subscription is a way of doing that, because obviously being a member of the community is not just the money. It's, you know, interacting with certain emotes and things like that. If you like emotes, especially if you wind up using them, you know, more than just here, because obviously if somebody likes the emote, they're like, oh, who has that? I don't think anybody's ever subbed because of my emotes, but the fact of the matter is that there's people have different levels of engagement that they want. This is true of Kickstarters as well. Some people don't bat an eye at spending over $100 on a Kickstarter, and I've had plenty where I'm like, I'm not spending more than $20 on this. And so in the end, the best that you can do with someone in a situation like that is simply to inform them of what their options are. Because obviously I'm going to be happy one way or the other. I'm doing okay, the exception. I was not exactly late. I was within my announced starting times, but I still haven't cooked dinner yet. So I'm a little peckish, but I did have a raspberry turnover, so that, I suppose, is something. I should probably get something more substantial before the evening's done. Okay, I'm out of occult scraps, but I'll be sure to grab another one. To make sure we max out our locations. I have more glimmering, so technically I didn't need that book, but I've used it, so no point in getting upset about it. And we still only pulled off 1 funds for that. So in this case, I'm going to do day labor. My reasoning behind this is that I want to turn the fleeting reminiscence into a restlessness with Miss Nania, which I will then turn into a stream of income from my reputation as a medium. Okay, we found Kat Caro, an acquaintance. Kat Caro, as she styles herself, earns a living as a stage medium and a fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So there's a furtive truth, there's even more mystique, and there's some passion for me. So, I don't think I have any time to do... I might be able to do a recruitment, but rather than risking it, I'm going to keep the talk verb open for... Oh no, you know what? This is going to be available in 30 seconds, so that's a decent enough trade-off in terms of time. Okay, new furtive truth. I should actually probably go back through the woods now because of the fact that I need another occult scrap. Many of the dead enter the mansis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, some force their way into the realms of the living. A few record their memories on the mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. So I need to look for more nail marks in the future. And here we're just going to go straight into the wood. So I guess the good news about the wild imagination is I did get rid of the staleness debuff. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that much as far as my income is concerned. Got 2 lessons learned. No, we'll have 4 lessons learned. My bad. I was really worried for a moment there that I miscalculated, but we'll be fine. I also kind of need to mind my manners while the investigation's underway. Miss Nania acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. Maka the Baka's here. System, how do you deal with factions in Stellaris? I'm curious what you mean by that. Are you saying that you're finding that they are... like you're not getting enough influence from them? Or are you having some other complication with them? Maka, I'm happy to answer some Stellaris questions, but I think I need a little guidance in terms of what you're struggling with right now. Okay, let's bring Kat Caro into our winter cult. There we go, Children of Silence. And White Ceremony. This one is ready. Oh, drat. I should have used the Consciousness of Radiance as part of the ritual, and that would have gotten rid of it. I blew that, though, so... Glimpses. Okay, let's focus on the task at hand. Oh, no. I can't believe that I made that mistake. So, it turns out that I needed 3, not 4. My own heart pumps more strongly today. Oh well. My strength attracts comments. Not all of the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and I leave. Okay, well, that blunder out of the way. Let's keep working the restlessness. That's 2 blunders on top of each other. One, I forgot to get rid of the Consciousness of Radiance, and then the other one was I wasted a collection of poetry for no good reason. But there's nothing I can do about it, so I will... I'll wait on it. Maka's asking, you got used to being a hive mind, so you did not have to deal with managing them before, but lately you have 2 good, easy factions to manage, and 4 factions with opposing ideals to your megacorp, all spawned from nowhere on the same day. You managed to suppress 1 from existence, but a new faction with the same leader and ideals appeared months later. So the way that the factions work is that they reflect the distribution of ideologies amongst your empire. So effectively what it means is that there's some small group of people, like I'm playing Xenophobic Empire right now, and let's say that there's some small group which has xenophilic. So obviously this is going to be at odds with my group. So there's a few different ways that you can handle it. If you just use the suppress faction option, that is one thing that you can do, but you also have some more subtle mechanisms. If you can get rid, so like, you know how there's the deviant trait? Deviant actually causes your species to start having weird ideas and moving their ethics beyond where you might want them. So every faction, if you look at them, is going to give you a list of things that annoy them and a list of things that they're happy about. And you will find that even though that they are opposed to your ideology, you might be able to find common cause. So for instance, you may not be a militarist faction, but the militarist faction is going to be happy if you kick someone's ass. And if you're playing Stellaris, chances are there's going to be somebody who, is going to look at you funny and you can justify an invasion with. This is the Guerra Inn. One thing that I always run into trouble with the factions is that you need to click on the actual faction in the menu. If you just click on them in the outliner and then you go to look at the details, it's always going to give you the top one on the list. But my own experience with factions has been to try and find enough common cause to maximize the influence that I get from them. I've never used the suppress. Sometimes I've just let my influence be a little bit lower, and generally I consider a well-populated faction that is opposed to my ideals to be an indication that my sort of the drift in the ethics has grown too strong, and I consider whether or not I want to still play that particular kind of species. So if my species is moving towards pacifism, maybe I just want to embrace pacifism and play to those particular strengths. If I don't want to do that, then essentially I need to make sure that I am locking down some of my some of the deviant thoughts. But in my own view, it's always been better to try and find the common cause where you can. And then also, if you've got 4 with contradictory views, it definitely helps to find the really well-populated ones, make them particularly happy, and the influence that you get from them versus the coalition of smaller ones, you'll always wind up ahead if you appeal to sort of the majority. And that's a fairly intuitive point. I don't really think I'm telling you anything deep there. Yeah, so it's totally fine. Like so it's a little bit like, so in Canada, right? The weird thing about Canada is Canada spawns a lot of hard right commentators. I have no interest whatsoever about talking about who it is, but if you take a look at like some of the news coverage, I think it was like a New York Times article that did a really good job of kind of talking about extremism on YouTube. The shocking fact, and they don't really highlight it in the article, but the shocking fact is that a majority of them are Canadian. That wonderful, nice country, which apparently seems to spawn just some of the worst people on YouTube. So the fact of the matter is that one need only look at the individuals who are getting a pretty good living on YouTube, and you can see that despite Canada being a very open and liberal, as in we have a capital L liberal party that's governing right now, but in the idea of open borders, free trade, mobility of labor, so on and so forth. There is very clearly a subset of the population that really does prefer authoritarianism. They do not like Justin Trudeau at all. They do not like sort of the compromises of the other main parties. And they're serious when they talk about it. I mean, I've been door knocking on elections, and there are some people who are very open about the fact that they think the country's going the wrong way. Now, the fact of the matter is that, you know, they are perfectly entitled to their political beliefs, but Canada's not going to rewrite its constitution to accommodate them. So similarly in Stellaris, just because you have some people who think that it would be a hell of a lot better to have, you know, the divine right of kings as opposed to an elected assembly, it doesn't mean that you don't need to give in to their demands. If they're asking to do things that will, you know, take you down the wrong path, or if they're asking for things that are at odds with factions that are allowing you to implement your agenda, well, you know what? That's democracy sometimes. So that's, you don't actually need to worry about keeping all the factions happy. They're not going to try to assassinate you or anything like that. But obviously the thing that's neat about factions in Stellaris is that even in the case of dictatorships, they do a wonderful job of sort of modeling, you know, just because you're the person with like the 1 million medals on your, you know, on your lapels, well, not lapels, but just because like you look like one of those old, you know, those like North Korean general photos, it doesn't necessarily mean that you always get what you want. There are very clearly elites in your society that want to make sure that their interests are represented, and so in this case, it is much more a matter of navigating the halls of power than it is just saying, you know, you're all a bunch of drones. So, I mean, you've already played a hive mind. You don't need to tell me what it's like to order a bunch of drones. If faction gets approval, gets low discontent. I mean, yes, but in the sense of having like 4 factions and like the junior faction is the one that's unhappy, like I don't know, I just don't see how the trade-off, like it just seems to me that the discontent of the larger factions is the bigger problem to deal with at Baver. I mean, you might have different views on that, but I kind of feel like it's the right way to go is to deal with the majority of the population that's causing you problems than to just appeal to this minority and lose your influence bonus. But that's my own view. Kakero, a bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly. Okay, I've let my desktop get a little disorganized. Maybe it's because I'm talking too much about Stellaris. Stellaris, by the way, still counts as proper proper cultist talk because Alexis did write the Horizon Signal, which I think is still like the most popular bit of writing that's been done for that game. And it's a hell of a it's not really a DLC, but it's a good ride. If you've not experienced it and you've got Stellaris, I do strongly encourage, if you get a chance to do the Horizon Signal, you should take it. Okay, let's get a hanger on in here, and we will give him the white ceremony. This is just really an excuse for me to get rid of my my fascination. Oh, Maka, you've clearly not seen me play it. The first excavation I got was the Titan, so obviously every excavation is going to be like that. No more bad things will ever happen to my species. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. I must have done the excavation wrong. I don't think there's Dragon. Dragon strikes me as more of like a George R.R. Martin sort of thing. Like, I don't really think they're in Stellaris. You must be playing a different game. Man, you've been having bad luck with these, Maka. All right. Just trying to think if I need another. I think the next one is the last occult scrap that I need. Let's go back through the white door, I think. Well, it has to be multiple science teams that are cursed Maka the back because they keep dying. Maybe it's like a generational thing. Anyways, yeah, I do know that there are negative excavations. I'm obviously just messing around with you, but I've actually had some pretty good luck with my ancient relics. Oh, don't worry, the space dragon can be killed, just probably in like 200 years with lots of technological development. So what we're doing in the game right now, like I'm trying to find slightly more secure financial footing first of all. But the fact of the matter is I also have a pretty thin outfit in terms of getting any of this work done. Dusty facts become clear in my brain, for now at least. I will speak only in exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. So this one is loyal, but lacks initiative. So one of the things that I'm doing is I'm slowly developing my roster. Obviously I'm keeping... the hangers-on are really just opportunities for me to get rid of undesirable influences. But the idea here is that every once in a while, I'll take advantage of the talk verb. As I wait, obviously that'll give me chances to earn more money. I'll be able to get back on track in terms of reading books. And I do want to get to the point where I'm actually getting, making some progress. But at the point here, I don't have the largest incentive to try and go on expeditions. It just strikes me as a way to get some free scars for my followers. And, in terms of spending money on overcoming obstacles, I have enough to make a painting and feed myself for a time period. So in this particular case, I'm actually okay leaving it be. But obviously we are going to work on uncovering artifacts, and at some point I'll let the detective finish their investigation, and we can actually start uncovering artifacts. Okay, in another time I would have been a seer or a heretic. Phantoms ride my waking mind. Use this with 4 lessons learned to gain more passion. I actually thought I was at that level before. I blew it, which means that I can try and double up these glimmerings to get my next level of inspiration. I mean, it's tempting. If I knew I had a way of getting restlessness, I would probably pull the trigger on it, but I think I'm just going to accept that I made a mistake by reading the book, and instead I'm going to focus on gaining some additional lore, which will help me in the long run, particularly with writing commissions. And of course, commissions will give me Spintrea, which I can sell or I can use for other services and such. Oh yeah. Please do not attack a space dragon with 5k fleet power. You will not have a good time. If you run into the Curator Order, they will actually tell you if your fleet is strong enough to take on any of the Leviathans. And I believe they tell you for free if you're able to take it on. It's only if you want a hint on how to beat it, they'll charge you. Okay, so the question is, do I want to read books or do I want to translate books? Let's read the Gallagher work again. The first volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The Locksmith's Dream, a light through the keyhole. The parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes bored, sometimes funny. No one has ever explained why Gallagher devoted herself to the chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Alright, I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So, more of the same. Again, just trying to refill my coffers before I start going back to Moorlands. I think once I have... once I've taken a look at... I think probably 2 more rounds of the medium job, maybe even less. Once I've sort of secured myself as far as the locations are concerned, I'll start going back to Moorlands to pick up some books. All right, Keeglan's Scratch. Just gonna have a bunch of Mystique coming offline in a little bit. It might be that no, I don't think the Weary Detective's gonna catch up. Is it the Weary? Yes, we do have the Weary Detective. I don't think they're going to catch up with my Mystique. Let's do the Orchard of Lights. I mean, the Glimmering's getting more tempting. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I'm closer to them. The sun and splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansus, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Meniscate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. So, if I want, I can try doubling up the Glimmering into a lesson learnt. I'll have enough time in the 29 seconds. The question, of course, is whether or not I'm going to be able to double up the Glimmering. So I can double it up now, so that would give me 2. I need to find another Glimmering, double that up, and then find 2 more Glimmering on top of that to be able to make the most of this lesson learned. That's largely the reason why I'm not pursuing that. Let's do the White Door again, even though it didn't really serve me that well. The White Door is actually a fairly risky one, all told, but it's where I get furtive truths, so. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Well, thank you for saying that. I make it look easy. I mean, the thing to remember is I've got, like, how many? 266 hours into the game now. So I've definitely internalized a lot of sort of the basics of the game. I will, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record on this sort of stuff, but the Book of Hours is 100% intended to be a lighter take on Cultist Simulator. There will be like a hardcore mode for people, but it's definitely intended to be a game for those people who are like, I am this close to liking Cultist Simulator, but it's just a little too much for me. But the important thing to remember about this game is that I can read some of this stuff, and I can speak it out loud, and I can even try and give voice to some of my thought processes, but there is a bunch inside here that is simply unanswered. So let's take this book as an example. So we started with Teresa Gallagher's The Locksmith Dream. I'm not actually able to pick the book itself, so that's a piece of text that's missing. But when I started reading this, it says, the parallels and mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes mordant, sometimes funny. No one has ever explained why Gallagher devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Once you finish studying the work, it then says, time and again we hear of the wood, which rises from the world's foundations. All trees reach for the light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? The light, second light being capitalized for those of you who aren't looking at the screen right now. I think the key to the dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. And then we got a piece of lore, which we have already, and it is a level 2 lantern lore known as a Watchman secret. It has been expressed like this: each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. Now, even though I have not, I've played a lot of this game, I can't 100% tell you what each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light means. I can tell you, however, and this is actually the way that we got through it, is that there is a location called the Wood. I've learnt the path to the Wood, the tangled darkness that grows around the walls of the Mansus. Though the Mansus has no walls. I can dream with this to return to the Wood. Let's read that passage again. Now, Valka, there's actually quite a few people, like, the reason why the Surviving Mars casts exist is a lot of people say it's like, I really just like, you know, when I'm ready to go to sleep, I just like put your videos on and I fall asleep to them. And so that's actually why the Surviving Mars ones are deliberately, like, every once in a while, actually not even just every once, often now. So I used to be a lot more serious on some of the casts, and like the silly stuff would just kind of come as a surprise. But the fact of the matter is, like, I definitely enjoy being quite ridiculous very often, and sometimes that means being loud. And if you're trying to go to sleep, all of a sudden me deciding to be goofy, you know, right before you lose consciousness is the worst possible thing in the world. So for the purposes of the Surviving Mars streams, you know, I sit up a little bit straighter and I say, you know, time and time again we hear of the Wood, which rises from the world's foundation. All trees reach for light. What does the Wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the Wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. So same reading. It's just one of these things that if you happen to be somebody who enjoys listening to the stream to go to bed, if you enjoy having that noise on in the background, it helps you go to sleep a little bit easier. You can rely on a tone that is a bit more appropriate to that. Also, I just find Surviving Mars a very relaxing game, so that's the reason why I decided to do this. I might actually try that style for Cultist Simulator in the future, but Surviving Mars is the one I decided to start it with. But I'm a little bit conscious of the fact that a lot of people do like to have the thing on in the background rather than me being the main point. So I'm not singling you out, Valken. I didn't know, but now I do. Okay, but we have a card called the Wood, and in fact the way that we got to the next level through the Mansus is by using this lantern lore known as the Bleached Way. It actually tells you what you do in order to access the next level, the White Door. But if you take a look at the hint here, right? What does all trees reach for light? What does the Wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the Wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. That's a pretty arcane... That's a pretty arcane sequence of, like, pushes towards the woods. But as I'm very fond of saying, like, there's no, you know, Mansus for Dummies. There's no Founding Cults for Dummies book. This game, the great experience of this game is the fact that you get to parcel this stuff out. I have definitely solved puzzles, and then I've read a book, and I'm like, oh, that's what they meant. Like, it's definitely going to be one of these cases where sometimes you're going to get the clues and sometimes you don't. But the fun of it is that the process of learning the game is the game. You're a character, you're a person who's sort of been given this glimpse into what's going on just underneath the skin of the world, but you're only given a glimpse. And the game starts unlocking a few different ways where you're going to try and figure out what that means and particularly what that means in relation to you. Maybe you want to ignore that world and instead you just want to go and be a family man, or maybe you want to, you know, advance your career. All of these are things that you can do inside of the game. But if you do decide to go down the rabbit hole, which obviously leads to probably the toughest and most satisfying victories, essentially, you are going to sort of be taking that thread and pulling on it as far as it will take you. And sometimes you'll get lost because that's the process, right? I still like reading statistics books. I still like reading econometrics. And not every procedure is clear to me when I first read it. But I also know that given enough time and given application, I'm going to be able to combine the disparate pieces together to be able to achieve that knowledge that I'm looking for. And that's the thing that always keeps bringing me back to Cultist Simulator, is that it's done a really wonderful job of sort of modeling life well enough that it's still a fun game to play. It's still something that you engage with, and you're telling this crazy story about cults and alien gods and dreams and, you know, forbidden secrets. But you can very easily map this to a lot of real life situations. The simple fact that, you know, we all have probably something greater than is just our necessary day-to-day job, but the real world also expects us to pay rent and get food and, you know, put on clothes every once in a while. And unfortunately, those things don't necessarily align very well with some of our deeper interests. And this game is entirely about your ability to manage those priorities or to fail to manage them, which is, I think it's a really suitable subject for a game. And I really love the fact now that gaming is diverse enough and there's a large enough market for this kind of stuff to be able to support interesting projects like this, where obviously, like, if you can imagine a game like this coming out, you know, when Quake 3 is, you know, the big thing, like, it's kind of hard to imagine what the reaction to that might be, because I just think we've become quite a bit more sophisticated as an audience, that we're able to sort of pick up on stuff like this and enjoy it, where, you know, if you're thinking of games primarily as first-person shooters or real-time strategy games, which are like the only two genres, it seems like, for a long time, it's you know, it's a little bit harder to say whether or not that would be the sort of thing that people would be able to embrace in quite the same way that they have today. Yeah, I mean, sometimes work tends to frown on me showing up in anything less than my, you know, what I normally wear during stream. The mystique is a huge part of this game's charm, but you need to know the game to know which part is a hint and what part is not. Yeah, absolutely, Ed Baver. And I think one of the things that... Hey, Morat, how you doing? I think one of the things that's interesting, too, is that, like, obviously me as an experienced player will have a very different view. Like you say, like, it's a needle in the haystack to find out what's a hint and not. But then, like, the first time I knew I loved economics when I took my first Principles of Micro class. But what I know about economics now would have horrified me when I first came in. It would have just been a mess of Greek letters and strange symbols and, like, technical terms that I would never have a hope of understanding. And so, you know, even then, like, I don't think it's a mistake that the game can be borderline overwhelming. They don't necessarily draw your attention to the pause button. It's really interesting because I feel like I've always known about the pause button. I've selected not to use it at times. But I think the thing that's so interesting is that when I talk with people about the game, the most common comment I hear from them is like, I'm having an easier time now that I know there's a pause button. And I'm like, I don't really think they make it a secret. But the fact that people have said that every time I talk to them about this game makes me think that maybe the pause button is, like, a little tricky to find. That seems like a good question to email Weather Factory about, but I can't email them again unless I give them a bug report. That's a self-imposed thing, not what they said. Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials RK and JL. In the original myth, Marsyas lost a musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. Do we all work from home in the nude now? I don't. I feel weird when I'm not wearing clothes and I'm doing work stuff. Actually, I don't work at home. That, like, most of my work does need to be done at a specific location. But, like, if I'm doing, like, I do a lot of sort of side coding projects for myself, or things related to that, or like data stuff. And, like, I'm not gonna put on, like, a suit, but I'm wearing more than a birthday suit as well. Like, it just feels weird if I'm not dressed while I'm working on something. But Can you win this without pausing? I think you can, Morat Van. I think it is... I think it's very difficult to pay attention. So, like, I think it would be easier to win without pausing if you have the benefit of understanding what some of the write-ups tell you. So I roughly know what all these pieces of lore do, and I sort of roughly know what the content... Like, if you were to quiz me on the Ecdysist's Parable, you know... I probably would get like a C- kind of a pass, if that. So I'll give you a really good example of this. If you play this game without pausing, you're going to have lots of little fragments of text, which are not, you know, they're not overwhelming by any stretch of the imagination. Along the gray banks of the rotting river, the warehouses wait. Perhaps I have identified one where an unusual cargo was stored. You found all the expeditions in the capital, although you can find and visit the Reach several times. So the challenge here is that I can't remember if it was the Ecdysist's Parable or the Forgotten Chronicle. I'm pretty sure it was the Ecdysist's Parable, because I'm not sure. No, the Forgotten Chronicle is a piece of lore that we need. But there's certain types of lore which you can't actually advance through the Mansis without having and knowing. There's a riddle that you're given, and the clue to the riddle is actually given in some of the lore. So if you look at stuff like this, so let's take the Megalesian incantation. The Great Mother remembers. That's not going to require a huge cognitive load to digest. But you're also in 28 seconds, something's going to happen here. In 38 seconds, something's going to happen here. 10 seconds, something's going to happen here. 41 seconds, something's going to happen here. 17 seconds, something's going to happen here. It's really these two which have the same. So it's like maybe I'd say these three are roughly going to be dealt with at the same time. And all of these are going to be perfectly staggered to make me say, okay, yet another thing on the treadmill that I need to be paying attention to. So I think the reality is that you can probably play and win without pausing. I think it's going to be very difficult to actually be able to play effectively and sort of reason your way through the problems that you're presented, because there's going to be so many distractions of different cards coming up. I can definitely tell you I like the mobile experience a lot for this reason, because on my phone screen, I simply cannot keep everything on the desk at the same time. So it's a lot easier for me to lose things, and I start making the kinds of mistakes like I try to avoid a little more often but still make here, which is, oh yeah, I forgot that card was on there. And again, I think that's a specific design choice, is that you can try and impose as much order as you want on the desktop, but the fact of the matter is that it's easy to misplace things. And, again, you show up late to work, or you misplaced that book that you were reading. These are all things that do happen to people, and I just happen to think it sort of reinforces that idea of the game. So to answer your question specifically, yes, I think it's possible, but I think it is a significantly difficult task if you have not played the game before. And so the most effective pauseless playthrough would be one from someone who at least has a pretty good grasp of what's important and what isn't in the game. It might be more that this looks like the type of game you would not expect a pause button in, so unless your attention is brought to it, you don't go, hey, that's fair. I believe there was some discussion as to whether or not there would be a pause button at all, if memory serves, but I think somebody made the very reasonable case that, if you have kids, it's almost impossible to expect someone to be able to play a game without without interruption with the kind of focus that Cultist demands. So I think, and I also think some of the writing has been changed to accept the fact that there's a pause as well. Like I do notice that some of the writing is longer in the later game content, and obviously the later game content was only ever made in a world in which the pause button was a given. The game gives too much information by design. It's natural to miss some of the information that it gives. If you want the pause button to be clear, it must be pointed out without that information being a thing. Maybe. I mean, I didn't have a problem finding the pause button personally. So I am speaking to the fact that other people have told me that they had difficulty finding the pause button. Every version of the game that I've played has had a pause button, and I've always known that pausing was an option and is one that I've simply chosen not to take in certain circumstances rather than one that I didn't feel was available to me at any time. My experience may be unique. I'm getting the impression from chat that it is, but I mean, I definitely try not to speak with a degree of certainty when it comes to the intentions of the game, because I think Weather Factory's been really open about their intentions on the game, and I certainly can't speak for them. I can only speak as somebody who's played it on my own. Put a tie on too then? Yeah, only a tie. That's sufficient coverage. Morat says, it never occurred to you it might be an interesting way to do it once you're experienced enough. Once you know what's what, you don't need to read most of the stuff. Yeah, so this is the funny thing, Morat, that actually on the interview on GOG, and I swear one day I will clean up the audio to that and put it on YouTube. I really did run into that video that I was running over with them. I never paused once because obviously the focus was the interview, not the game itself. And the feedback from the chat was that I really don't get what's going on. You're just going through the stuff too fast. So when it came time to play the game alone, like when Lottie and Alexis were off the call and I was left with the GOG audience, I paused quite a bit and I took the time to explain what I was doing. But obviously that's a choice itself. Like I'm clearly not going to take the opportunity to talk with the people who've made the game and say to them, you know, okay, now I'm doing X. They're like, yeah, we made the game that way. We know that you're doing X. There's no other way to accomplish what you said you were doing, but you might pick it up this September just to see if you're actually able to follow along with it. I mean, I'm always happy to see Weather Factory make some money, but my view on this is you'll know if it's for you within the 2-hour refund window. It would, of course, be wonderful if everybody picked it up and they were happy and they never refunded it, but you do have your option that if it's not for you, the rules of Steam are such that if you play the game for less than a certain period of time, you're able to refund it for any reason. So my view on this one is very much why don't you take a chance? What can you lose? Well, you can lose X dollars. But for my part, I think if you like reading stuff, if you like puzzling stuff out, this is a very easy game to fall in love with. If you're easily frustrated or you do feel that maybe you need a little bit more guidance on a game. So like think about Stellaris, right? Stellaris has a lot of resources available for you to understand its mechanics. Even the older games like EU4 and CK2 have very extensive wikis which are maintained by Paradox and will inform you on as much of the game as you could possibly want to know. There are very few cases where I've looked at those wikis and I have a specific question about how the game works and I've not gotten a satisfactory answer. Now, that's fine because those games are not built around the uncovering of those mechanics. Those games really are better served if you need a piece of information, you should be able to access it right away. The funny thing about the way that Cultist Simulator is right now, while I suspect Weather Factory one day will probably make a physical product which may or may not be related to the Secret History setting, I actually think a physical Cultist Simulator game, as it is played on a desktop, like a PC, like that, this is a big caveat that I'm putting here, which is the game I am playing right now without adjustment would be a very bad tabletop game. Because so much of this is built around mechanisms which trigger when you get a right combination, and because board games, you have all of the rules available to you in a manual, it would require some really weird, like, choose your own adventure, we're going to obscure what happens to you sort of structure, or it would require things like sealed envelopes, which you only open under certain circumstances and all of that. This doesn't mean that the Secret Histories would not be an appropriate setting for a physical game. I'm sure if the finances worked out and there was a sufficiently compelling idea, it's one thing that Weather Factory would consider. I would argue that they're better positioned than other indies to do so because they already have their merch shop. But this is the difference, right? Like, we expect board games to effectively tell us every single rule and to cover them comprehensively enough to go through. And Stellaris Europa Universalis is an adaptation of a board game in the original, and it's just simply moved on to something bigger since then. So where Stellaris might be overwhelming because of the complexity of its systems, it is one that, in principle, it would desire you to understand it completely for the fullest enjoyment. That's neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition. It's just that if you know what you need at the moment, the game is more enjoyable. Cultist Simulator, it's almost the opposite. If you knew the answer to everything in Cultist Simulator at the start, it's arguably not that fun of a game, because really all that it is, it's you waiting for timers to finish until you get to the final ritual. So because this game is all about discovery, there's that trade-off. If you are not a patient enough person to say, I'm having a little trouble on this one, but I want to see where it's going, because of course you don't necessarily have all the cards that you need at a given moment. There's a reason why I can't go higher than the Stag Door right now. If you're not willing to work through that, then it's kind of hard to say that the game has a lot to offer you. But I also want to say that I think more people can like this game than give themselves a chance for. I think there really isn't anything like it, and as long as you're willing to put up with the fact that it asks a little bit from you in terms of, like, we're gonna hide the occult is actually a cult, as long as you're willing to sort of meet them at that halfway point, I really don't think there's anything like it, and I think it's an experience well worth having. You probably won't pay, like, I think very few people are going to play 266 hours worth of this game, but I'd say like a full playthrough will easily get you like 50 hours of content. So. A board game you're not sure, a collection of all the cards in the game. Gimme. Yeah. And this is the thing. Like, what I was giving was a very narrow definition in terms of what I meant by the board game. I'm just simply talking about a physical version of this game. I think this would make a wonderful board game of some kind in the future, but not. This thing here is very clearly a computer game. The Sun in Splendor, the Hour who once ruled the Mansis, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes the remnants walk here still, sometimes they see the chilly radiance of the Meniscate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. Okay, I think we're still going to try the White Door just because I do need more secret histories. I can go to the Stag Door when I have the things that I need, but for now, we're going to keep hammering away at it. Okay, more money. I'm always happy with that. Notoriety is coming up too, but I'm not too concerned about it. I obviously have this one sort of going in perpetuity. As long as I don't generate notoriety, Season of Suspicion. There's a difference between the Season of Suspicion and the notoriety, and I should be a little clearer on that than I am. I think one of the things that's kind of fun is with the Ghoul, it really feels like in some ways you don't need to worry about investigators at all, because you keep them on this wild goose chase of like, yeah, you may or may not be talking with the dead, and that's probably not the sort of thing that the Suppression Bureau likes. But because you're only generating mystique, because it's only like a big question mark, they're not actually able to make the charges stick. So it's like, this is the thing, is like, it's like you are under constant surveillance from the FBI, and if you ever do something bad, they are certain to catch you. But if you don't actually do anything wrong, then you don't really need to worry about the situation. And that's kind of what it's like to play the Ghoul. Of course, the fact of the matter is that I've got 3 Graveyard Mouth now, so at some point, I'm actually going to need to... At some point, I'm going to need to eat a body, and that's going to be particularly where the Suppression Bureau gets interested. But that's That's a later thing. Okay, Valken says, elevator pitch time. Imagine this, a tarot deck with all the cards based off of this game, theme-wise and reading-wise. One of the really extended stretch goals for the Cultist Simulator campaign was actually to make a tarot deck, but the game didn't turn in, the Kickstarter campaign, while successful, did not earn enough to get that very high goal. The thing on this, I believe the reason why the dollar value was so high is that they wanted to make sure that they had enough of a contingency in place to make sure that they could fulfill the demands of a physical product, because I don't believe anyone at Weather Factory at the time had actually created merch to be sold. Whether or not it appears in the next Kickstarter, it's very clear that Weather Factory has gained a lot of experience in terms of opening up additional revenue streams. So whether or not we see a tarot deck this time around, I definitely think it's more likely to happen this time than the last time, just simply because they're much more familiar with how these things go. But again, I need to stress, this is me talking, you know, as a fan of the game and an observer. I don't know anything about the intentions of stretch goals in the Kickstarter. You know, if they're going to do physical rewards like that, I'm sure they'll announce them. But I have to assume that the fact that they've been able to pick up that knowledge, that has to factor into their ability to do you know, crowdfunding campaigns. I also suspect it won't be cheap, because it's not cheap to make that kind of product, let alone the shipping and whatnot. But it's like playing a painter in that sense. Like, you mean in the game? That definitely is as the ghoul painting's got a huge element to it. So, Thunderous Secret. There are common sentiments in every thunderclap. Let us acknowledge them. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Sybil use it as for a drumhead. At the opera's climax, the pounding of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of the mountain pines. Oh wait, there's a connection to the wood. No, maybe it is, but it's not one that I've decoded. All right, on what is contained by silver, a bestiary by Pomander in Greek. Let's translate it. One of the little touches I really like about this game too, by the way, is that like some games will make translation, you know, you know Greek, you know, you take the Iliad in its original and you kick back by the fireside, you know, no, better still, like, you read Homer not in translation, you know, on the toilet, where in reality this sort of stuff probably is a little more like you sit and struggle with the, you know, with the text for a very long time, and hopefully by the end of it, you've roughly understood the intention of the manual. Well, I guess Greek isn't that hard, but like, you know, the translation of the work, especially one which is trying to convey arcane knowledge, I'm assuming is a little bit more involved than just, of course I know, you know, Aramaic. Let me just whip off a couple of verses for you right now. Let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. It's been a while since we have talked to that Gallagher lady. Erudition, I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. I don't think you are. In last night's stream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the White Door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed through the White Door. How is it that I can speak? She said to me. I didn't come here through the White Door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. Alright, again, I'm just going to keep pounding away at the White Door until I run out of furtive truths, or until I get to the, until I run out of locations in the Shires to visit. Yeah, I talk with my aunt in ancient Babylonian all the time. So yeah, I mean, again, it's not a major thing. I don't sit down. I'm not gonna like go and do a Steam review and say, you know, shattering work of genius by Weather Factory, treats translation as a separate intellectual task from merely reading the book. But it just happens to be just a layer of, I don't think authenticity is the word that I mean, but essentially it's just another layer to the game that makes me sort of feel like I am playing this person, that I am dedicating time to translate a work, that I have produced an artifact of value, and that I am now going to wrestle with the meaning, having turned it into a framework which is more appropriate to my lines of thought. Sure, a layer of immersion is appropriate. On what is Dire Bestiary of the Horrors to be found in Mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. So there's a little bit of a hint inside here. Oops. But it's a fairly arcane one, in my opinion. Oops, sorry, this is some breaking news. Search continues for teen fugitives now charged with second-degree murder after man in northern BC. Okay, that's not. I guess the charge with second-degree murder is news, but is killer still on the loose is not really breaking news. It's the initial event is kind of the subject. I don't know. Probably not worth me getting worked up for. Here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to take my fevered imagination, and we're going to evenly split ourselves between mystique and passion. And this time, I'm going to somewhat counterintuitively research restlessness. And this is because I know that I've got an acquaintance come with me. In 44 seconds, my talk verb is going to be made available, and in 48 seconds, the fleeting reminiscence will be there. So I'm going to be able to convert this into a restlessness with Miss Nania, and I will be able to kind of get the money from both. This place merits closer investigation, and we now have Gladwin Lake, one further location, and then I'm going to have to hope that I get some more from the Mansis. Speaking of, many of the dead enter the Mansis through the White Door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, and some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on the Mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. Okay. I think I'm going to still go through the White Door. The nice thing about this is that if this is the last furtive truth I need, and it's possible that that's true, I'm still okay because I can just go to one of the deeper layers and hope I find the the Forgotten Chronicle. And, if I don't find the Forgotten Chronicle, well, fair enough, then I'll just start going through the Stag Door again. But there's not a whole lot that I lose if I take a risk and go through the White Door again. All right, we found Rose, so we're getting a fairly decent little crew together. Let's have a chat with Miss Nania about my fleeting reminiscence. Miss Nania's eyes are thoughtful. The virgins maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So, we have a Mansis glimpse, a snatch of poetry, a single memory of a certain house that all of us visit at least twice in our lives. For one's first visit to the Mansis, this lore is almost essential. And we now have the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. This rite recalls the loss of the watchman, who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him to take his sacrifice. Precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, and so choose someone you trust. So, the flower references are a little difficult to understand, but for those of you who are familiar with this game, it's not too much of a stretch to say that they are referring the Maid in the Mirror. So in this Virgin's Maidens of the Mirror is more or less on the nose. The Behindlings favor the rhododendron, so these would be referring to the hints. I can't remember if a hint can be summoned with sort of the level 4 lantern. But essentially this game, so the thing that's neat about this one is that the game already tells you that to do a summoning you need knock. So with the Rite of the Watchman Star, I said, okay, we've given you a ritual. You know that, actually I should double check that. So appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use. So I guess you technically do not necessarily know that either of these can be summoned with a lantern. I think it's a reasonable enough stretch. The hints definitely can be. The Maids in the Mirror can't. But essentially what the game has sort of given you with the ritual here, so you know a ritual is required, you know knock is required elsewhere from the game, and if you say, okay, let's allow for the possibility that lantern lore is involved, the last step that you need is, in the case of a hint, you need edge. And that doesn't necessarily tell you that part of the equation, but the game actually gives you, if you know where to look, the game actually does give you quite a bit to get you going. In this case, I'm going to set this aside because I don't normally like sacrificing lore for this sort of stuff, but let's translate the Orchid Transfigurations, and I think it's high time I took a trip to Moorlands to start buying some stuff. How you doing, Masimagoma? Good to see you. And what is contained by silver reminds you of a really weird book by Borges, which kind of belongs in this game, the Book of Imaginary Beings. I've not read that. It's actually a bestiary of sorts and mentions behindlings and things that live inside mirrors. I would not be surprised at all then if that's that's a very deliberate reference that's being made, because Wither Factory is full of people who are much better read than I am. Okay, the artist reward. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So I've certainly earned no shortage of mystique. Some contentment, I suppose that's something to be happy about. Oof, yeah, this, I mean, I made some money doing it, but I probably would have been paid better at my medium job. And I don't have staleness, so I suppose that's a bit of good news. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take my reputation as a medium. I'm going to use the Fleeting Reminiscence on its own. They've got 9 seconds. Oh, actually, it'll be more than 9 seconds, but this will be turned into restlessness that I can eat up. Or not eat up, but I can use for a constant stream of cash. An unusual vessel. I find... I don't think I'm ready for the restlessness, so let's do the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Could be worse. My emotions run higher than usual. There are always things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. I recall my dream. This was a lodge of blue silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansus edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other, and you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I will give you a tiny gift. Alright. I am unfortunately no closer to knowing whether or not I'm at the end of my my examinations of the White Door, so I'm just gonna plow ahead. Reason for this is we found the Hebe Stanton. Hebe. In my research, I'm sorry, I find an unexpected reference to it in my research, and my attention is diverted. What is Hebe? A woman, a place, a name of an hour? Miss Nania has given me my restlessness. I I probably should have talked with her about it. Okay, Dorothy. Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort with an eclectic reading habit. She's fascinated by my hints about the shapes beneath the world's skin. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower, and indeed I shall. This one is ready. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Oops. I keep forgetting to take the mystique away from this, actually... That's probably a better place for it, because I know I'm going to be generating mystique for just about everything that I do from now on. I'll speak only in exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort. I have turned her enthusiasm to our advantage. Alright, so we've got the Hart sisters now. Let's have a chat with Rose just so we can bring her in. And it's going to be time to talk about lore soon, I think, so... Should probably also describe Rose. Rose is Slimus, and she recognizes you as someone uncommon. I prepared a text for study, so the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 1, A Feast, the first volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. The untranslated version of Volume 2, 16th Century Alchemical Fever Dream, attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. So I might as well translate this other one now. These are my last 2 books with lore, so I'm going to probably knock them off pretty quick. Okay, we've got the Affliction. I don't know if I'm going to get Vitality in time, but I will need to deal with this. And let's stack up my passion again. Again, just keeping on with the medium thing. Graveyard Mouth's coming up again, so it's fairly good news that I'm going to have my Explore verb available before too long. I need to make sure that it doesn't get to 10. I'm at 3 now, so this is the point where I need to start taking it a little bit... Oh, sorry, 7. Okay. I absolutely need to start taking this seriously now. Let's go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Forgotten Chronicles, excellent news. Story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, and of a war that was not fought. Last night, I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them anymore. Any more than I need eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come here for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story that I heard in my Kerisham days. You're welcome to it. Only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. Again, wonderful little glimpses into the world. It leaves you with a lot of questions in terms of what all of this stuff means, but it isn't... The thing that is so great about this game, in my opinion. I mean, there's lots of things that I like about this game. Clearly, I like this game probably a little too much, but I think the thing that I like the most about it in terms of subtlety and such is that I think we've all had the experience of someone who is trying too hard to be mysterious or interesting. At least I've had the misfortune of being around people like this. And it is alarmingly easy to do. You know, whenever I say gaming stuff like this, I always wind up regretting it from the reactions. But I also do kind of relish the annoyance that comes out of this. But there is a... I will preserve the name of the... my interlocutor for their benefit. But I remember having a chat about some of Hideo Kojima's stuff. Now the thing is that I used to be able to say that I don't have a console. I actually have an Xbox One now, but I've not played the Metal Gear games. I've not experienced this sort of stuff, but I have heard people talk about them. And more importantly, I've sort of seen some fairly extended clips. And I'm really conflicted about it because you've got this really cool stuff, like games where, you know, you have to pull out the controller and put them in the other port to solve the problem. In like a mainstream game, that is an undeniably cool choice, and I'd love to see more stuff like that come back. Or maybe it's just happening, I'm not aware of it. But then, like, for every one of those, there just seems to be this... I've watched a lot of David Lynch stuff, and I think the secret to David Lynch is just being weird. Definitely, if you've ever hung out with film people, you will spot that person immediately in the group. And it's a shame, because it really wrecks what could potentially otherwise be a very enjoyable experience. So I think one of the things that I really like is that this game does such a wonderful job of keeping something just outside of your reach without ever folding its arms and putting on a smug face and saying, you know, I know something you don't know. So I think there's a reason why there's a lot of discussion about the game. Because, you know, sure enough, there's always going to be a group of people who are like, I don't get it, this game is trying to be weird for weird's sake, and, you know, fair enough. Maybe I'm just one of those intolerable people who, like, finds meaning in the insane ravings of the Sage of Greenwich. But I think one of the things that I continue to appreciate about this game is the number of times that it just dangles something in front of me without pushing over into that point of being annoyingly obscure. All right, Hibi is a ship. In fact, many ships have borne the name over the centuries, and all of them have provided transport and accommodation to those who know something of the invisible world, and none of them show up in shipping records. But I've learned that the steamer is docking soon at a grimy and unregarded port in a northern Ireland. Island, not Ireland. And Claire is apparently wearing off on me. I could send someone to purloin unwatched occult luggage. And I'll use my last furtive truth. Odd nooks remain in the quiet countryside here and there for those who know where to look. Yeah. Well, this is the one thing is that I can only share what is ultimately a secondhand experience of that series. So it could just be that I've not been given the appropriate sort of introduction to it. But I don't know, like it's really hard to see some stuff like that and not say it's like, I kind of think they've missed what makes it clear. So I think it's very clear to me what I think a lot of the reference points for some of that sort of stuff is. And I find it really hard not to walk away from stuff like that without the impression that the author missed why their reference was so interesting. Like, I love Stanley Kubrick movies. I am quite certain that if I attempted to do a Kubrick style movie, I would, and it's like not even just in terms of a filmmaker's skill point of view, but I'm not entirely sure I have the temperament and the command of the form to be able to make a movie the way that I know I can't make a movie the way that he did, but like if I were to try and ape it, I would do a poor job, not just because of my lack of skill, but because there's something very specific about that craft that is different from me. Obviously, I enjoy watching them. That does not mean I am equipped to make them any more than me enjoying, Chaplin or Buster Keaton. I have none of the physical ability of either of those filmmakers, and so it would be an impossibility for me to even try to do something along those lines. But then, of course, there's the saying, it was Ravel to Gershwin, why would you be a second-rate Ravel when you can be a first-rate Gershwin? It's much more important to focus on something that means something to you. And I think that's ultimately, because clearly, like, obviously when I'm talking about a designer like that, I'm sure Kojima could not care less about my opinion of his work. Like, this is a guy who very clearly is quite capable of making games, and if I don't like them, that's my business. Like, I think the world will continue to tilt on its axis without that bombshell. So, like, in the end, it doesn't matter, you know, that's just my opinion, man, and, like, why should anybody particularly invest a whole lot on it? And ultimately, only he's really going to know what his intentions were in creating those kinds of games. But yeah, it's definitely very hard for me to sort of look at stuff like that and say, it's like, I kind of wish that you said what I thought was inside. I don't know. I should probably play them at some point, so I'm not just getting the second-hand account. But there's also a lot of games I haven't played that are easier for me to get my hands on. Rose is slimest but loyal. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave the hanger on for now. And my reasoning behind that is it's nice to have someone in reserve to it's nice to have someone in reserve to suck up sort of fascination and dread in a pinch. So let's use our Forgotten Chronicle to try and rope in some more followers. It's possible we were on the last of the Shires, but I actually genuinely don't remember how many there are anymore. Right, the second volume in a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation, and now we will read them. Volume 1. The illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. All right, more graveyard. Well, we already knew the graveyard mouth was coming up, so I'm gonna need to keep a close eye on that. Again, just keep cranking out readings. I'm tempted to paint away the restlessness so I can convert this fleeting reminiscence. Let's see what we can do though. Sick room glows close and stale. It's time to get up. Okay, Crocus Hill, so I am going to need at least one more. Which is fine, because I apparently have been neglecting... Oh no, I haven't been neglecting the white door. I've been getting better. Okay. I think for this one, I'm going to get myself a body. Okay, my own heart pumps more strongly today. So there's going to be a little bit of a high wire act that I need to do. So first thing, I'm going to do an even split between Mystique and Passion again. This isn't always good for the pocketbook, but I'm kind of back on my feet with money. So I'm getting rid of this restlessness. I'm going to see if I can keep the fleeting reminiscence for as long as I can. I need to be a little careful with this because obviously if I'm trying to get new locations, I need to remember that there's the period of time when you do the talk verb, but you also need to wait for the time when the person comes into your clutches. So I think it's like 2 minutes waiting, I think. I also need to be careful about the grave digging because if I time it incorrectly, the Suppression Bureau might find the corpse. So the particular taste, which is neither, fair nor foul. It comes to trouble my mouth again, my tongue will swell, my lips will blacken, the elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. So, first things first, prowl the cemetery, seeking places of burial which are close, but not too close, populous, but not too busy. obviously spending more money on paint, so I'm probably going to have to deal with the Graveyard Mouth, seeing as this will free up in a minute or two. But we'll have some I think essentially I'm going to gorge myself on corpses, and we'll figure out what the proper timings are for everything. We must devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured, as we cannot be unborn. The Red Secret. Some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. Hey, Freighter 5. Care to join us? There's going to be plenty of leftovers. In fact, they're all technically leftovers. But... that is to be interpreted as literally as possible, Freighter 5. You know how things are over here. Okay, maybe I'll escape it. Nope, I definitely won't. This is something like enlightenment. So if I want to try doubling up the glimmering, I can, but I think it's a little ambitious to try and go for the 4 lessons learned, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, so it did take that. Alright, I found a promising burial ground. So mystique for the trouble. Cemetery. In the waking world, as in dreams, the dead are most often found below. So the way I'm going to handle this one... muscle, I can use a follower, or I can use my own strength. So this strikes me as work that is perfect for a pawn. Stealthy excavations by the soft light of a hooded lantern. However, I am going to wait for the investigation to tick over, because if it takes a minute... oh, as yet, I have only the needs and desires of any other mortal, but what stirs inside me? Okay, so it was only 4... this is going to make things a little more complicated for me, but what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to paint away this fleeting reminiscence, and I'm going to convert this restlessness into a fleeting reminiscence. So yeah, I'm actually going to be sitting on the cemetery for 18 seconds, just trying to maximize the time that it takes the Suppression Bureau to tick over. I wanted a furtive truth. Yes. And then once it's ready to go, I'll get an idea of how long it takes me to get a corpse. Thing is, I can't find the timing for that without actually triggering it, and obviously if I time it incorrectly, then I'm going to have a body that potentially the Suppression Bureau can pick up. I go hungry, and I wind up with a notoriety and nobody to get rid of it. So, well, nobody good to get rid of it. Many of the dead enter the Mansis through the White Door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, and some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on the Mansis stone, where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. Okay. I want to be ready and right the second it becomes open. It's like a Boxing Day sale. Hey, Saliba! Sin's not around, but I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. I believe I was going to get Miss Nania to convert the restlessness, so let's get that out of the way first. Actually, you know what? I can wait a little while on that. Because when I turn it into Fleeting Reminiscence, obviously that's going to take... oh no, actually I need to convert that right away. Because there's going to be the conversion one way, then the conversion back. And that's going to take a minute here, and that's going to take me roughly a minute here now, so... So, this Fleeting Reminiscence... just gets a reading. This one's going to be converted to a Fleeting Reminiscence, and then I convert it back to Restlessness, and hopefully... actually there's going to be a challenge with that, so it's about 30 seconds. You like Saliba as a character? I like him as a patron, a role model, really. That's how I like him. Don't know if I need more furtive truths, and I don't think I'm going to have an opportunity to find out. well, I'll wait a little bit. Shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. Okay, so as always, we earn more mystique because this is what we do. I'm probably going to need to work with the formula. Now, I want to make sure that I use the cemetery again, but while I'm waiting to eat my body, odd nooks remain in the quiet countryside here and there for those who know where to look. We'll get this done. So this is going to be a minute where I won't have a corpse to eat, but that's fine because there's going to be some other things that I do. For lack of a better option, I'm going to go through the white door again because again I can always just go through one of the other doors and try to get a Forgotten Chronicle instead. Miss Nania understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then, and she reminds me that nothing endures. Seems that you missed corpse gorging when you took the dogs out, just by looking at chat. I've actually not quite delivered on the corpse gorging. That's going to begin in about 6 seconds, Maka. So you've come back just in time. Would you care for some yourself, or are you vegetarian? All right. For talking, I've got 2 minutes available, so I think let's just... you know what? We can bring Saliba in. Why not? This one is ready. Perfect. All right. Well, I'll be sure to save. Be sure to save you some. Seek the seek the cup in the birthing bed. The Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant Storm bursts joyfully from the remains. The Megalesian incantation, the Great Mother remembers. So I've actually run out of things to study. So for lack of a better option, I'm going to at least double up my Glimmerings. I'll probably do some rather pointless sort of study passion glimmering generation. I don't think much will come of it, but it at least keeps the verb warm. All right. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So, I probably need to study with this instead of work with this. So, I have just created a huge liability for myself, and I actually might lose the human corpse because I did... I'm such a dummy. All right, that's fine. I'm just trying to think to what I should do with my work slot. Gonna do something cheesy. I can't do something cheesy with my work slot. Okay, this is gonna get very character building in a little bit. Okay. I need money. I don't want to work the fleeting reminiscence with my reputation. I can, however, paint the contentment. So I don't have any staleness yet, so I think good old-fashioned grab a couple mystique, grab a couple passion, and hope for the best. Unless I can paint the corpse. No. Am I going to romance someone? Good question. I haven't put any thought into it. Yeah. I gotta think about what to do about that corpse. Alright, Saliba. Saliba understands blood. He does not yet understand birth. I believe that's actually one of every... Well, the pawn doesn't really count, though, so... choice of topic for this conversation is going to decide whether or not I hang on to the corpse or not. Thank God. So the Suppression Bureau can still pick it up. But I've at least avoided the decay. Alright, I got lucky. It's kind of like if I had looked at the formula, it of course makes sense that it's lore. But when you think about like, okay, I want to eat a dead body, that sounds like work to me. That's essentially the source of that. That's kind of the source of that blunder. But I'm sure you've all figured out by now that it doesn't actually take a whole lot to make me make a mistake. Unfortunately, I have closed off the possibility of using that fleeting reminiscence anytime soon. Well, actually, it's not exactly what I intended to use it for, but now, you know what, that sucks. I'm not going to do that. Let's go to the Orchard of Lights instead. Well, that wasn't a good choice. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. The invisible arts, Christopher Lompoli is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So this might be a time when I want to bring a hanger-on into the cult. I haven't made a decision about that yet, but that'll probably be the easiest way for me to get rid of the intensity of radiance. Fortunately, though, it's going to be about 2 minutes before I need to worry about that. So Karashim was the only one I needed, so the decision not to take the lore was the right one. Unfortunately, it just so happens that I wound up with the influence, which isn't helpful to me. Okay, we can start going through the stag door now, unless I have something fancy I want to do with the dream slot, and I don't think I do. So let us ascend using reason. New fleeting reminiscence. Plenty to do. Do I really want to try and get another corpse? I'm gonna wait until we pass. I think if this gets to like the 29-second mark, then I can use the cemetery again, and then we'll gobble up the one that we already have. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. I want to say hopefully someone will buy something, but... So I'd love to use this glimmering to advance myself, but clearly if I do that, I'm gonna have a graveyard mouth problem. Actually, we made some decent money with that. So... we'll convert that one... we'll turn that one into money, and I think we'll convert the other fleeting reminiscence to restlessness. Okay, you cannot eat the cemetery no matter how hungry you are. Let's take the corpse out. That's obviously relying on a cheesy tactic, but... And... desire. There we go. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again with the shivers of revulsion. And I did say when we got to the 29-second mark, I could afford to do another. So, yeah, it takes 30 seconds to eat a corpse. So I can basically... have any of you seen this season? This is like a really old Simpsons episode, but there's one where Homer... It's a Ned Flanders... It's a Halloween episode. Homer... makes a deal. He sells his soul for a donut. The devil winds up being Ned Flanders, and he like spends the day in hell while he's waiting for his trial for his soul. Yeah. So Maka knows what I'm talking about. There's this like scene where he's like lined up. He's like set up on one of the ironic tortures, and like he's force-fed donuts. And like, you know, by the end of it, like the stock is gone, and you see Homer like the size of a blimp, And not only is he being force-fed, but like in between, he like catches breath and says more. So that's essentially what I've set up here. I've got, you know, someone's digging up the corpse, and essentially we've got kind of this conveyor belt of my follower just dragging the new one, and I've kind of got, maybe we've got like a table saw up, so it's conveniently like chopping it into manageable bits, and I'm just like using both hands to put this thing straight through, not even chucking the bones over my corner. I've taken lessons from Saliba on this consumption. If you like this mental imagery, please consider joining the System Jock channel for a mere $4.99. Alright, so the time has come to turn my fleeting reminiscence into a restlessness. And is there something fancy I can do? I guess I can work. I probably should have done that before because it's going to be 45 seconds, but 15 seconds isn't the worst timer on restlessness I've had to deal with. There is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. Okay, so we've now got 3 graveyard mouth, and we've got something shameful. Not all private pleasures are suitable for public discussion. Now, I don't recall if I've actually had a memory that's not one of the standard memories. So I think I'm going to hang on to this to see if I can paint with it. I feel like this is the sort of thing I should already know. I feel like this is the sort of thing I should probably already know about whether or not it'll work, but I want to start eliminating some of the possibilities here, so. There's my formula. There's my body. There's my desire. Once again, my appetite rises, flecked once again by the shivers of revulsion. More! I should see if I can find that Simpsons clip, but I have a feeling that's a fantastic way to wind up with a copyright strike, so I leave it to your ingenuity to find that episode. Alright, let's grab a Forgotten Chronicle. I'm not going to explore with them yet, but last night Gearby was talkative. He spoke with in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. I've actually got a fair number of Forgotten Chronicles here, but I should also consider using the consciousness of Radiance before too long. The other moment I like from that episode is the "I'm smarter than the devil" taunt. The reaction from Flanders is one that still makes me laugh. So, apologies for those of you who don't watch Simpsons and have no idea what I'm talking about, but it's funny. It's funny in the same way, like the other problem I have with that, people tend not to do this with Simpsons, but I do like Monty Python. I don't necessarily like everything that Python did, but I think they hit more often than they miss. And unfortunately, at least some fans of Monty Python, I kind of think haven't... Oh, you know what? If I'm going to try painting with something shameful, I think I should actually be converting this back to a fleeting reminiscence. I think one of the challenges is that some people who like Python don't quite realize that it's not the actual words themselves that made it funny, it is the entirety of the situation. So there's a bad habit of people just quoting it incessantly and turning people off of what is actually quite a very funny British show. So my antidote to that is to show people how not to be seen, which if you have not seen, and if you think you don't like Monty Python, look that one up. If that one doesn't make you smirk, then yeah, you're right. It's definitely not for you. But I think How Not to Be Seen is actually a perfect example of how good that show is. Yeah, that got turned into a new... And that's the funny thing, like, the absurdity of all of those lines are hilarious. And unfortunately, it's just if you've got some guy who's quoting it completely out of context and does it a lot. I do not blame people at all for getting annoyed by it. Add passion to make distinctive paintings, mystique, and especially notoriety to attract attention. I'm gonna hedge my bets here, and yeah, you know what? Let's go for broke. Let's do a 4 intensity, and we're gonna do a pornographic painting. A life retold, these memories would have been lost to the earth below us, and now they will live on. Or menacing. Okay, interesting. I don't think this is gonna have the desired effect, but gives me something to work with. Yep, How Not to Be Seen is the... I'm pretty sure that's the name of it anyway. It should be a pretty distinctive one. I don't think there's... I know there are 2 versions of it. I think before it was actually Monty Python's Flying Circus, I believe there was... I think it was called like The Secret Policeman's Ball or something like that. Anyways, whatever the video was, there are actually a couple of early Python skits in this non-Python like film or TV movie or something like. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I think they're... I don't remember if it's the argument scat. Anyways, whatever it is, there are actually like Monty Python that aren't actually Monty Python skits by the people who became Monty Python that were in this thing that predated the show. Alright, so I don't think I'm going to make much money at... Ooh, I just got myself notoriety for nothing. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. Okay, so I certainly have a lot of material for my medium act. And yet I feel like there's something about memories. I don't know if it's the fact that I used the memory, or it's the fact that I used the all the passion. But anyways, more. Oops. So this is going to be pretty straightforward to go through. I'm just going to use the reputation as a medium to get through these tasks. Okay, if I want to try and summon something, I can use a subtle rupture, but I would need to give up lore to do that. So instead, let's try the Painted River. There's the risk that I get the fascination from it, but... Speaking of, light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. Okay, so let's see what I'm up against. I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. So this is also a memory. It's moth. If I want to try and use it in a ritual, I can, but the rituals I have are not really well suited to these kinds of cases. So, more reason. We've got. Fortunately, we don't have a Season of Visions coming up immediately, so I will speak only in exactly 9 words. The novice will speak none at all. I probably shouldn't talk with Miss Nania about my fascination. I still have a little bit of time before the fleeting reminiscence becomes a thing. But then I can't talk about lore because, you know what? I don't like doing this normally, but in this case I'm going to turn it into a restlessness, because then it will turn into despair after the season of despair is gone, of course. And then I'll be able to get rid of the fascination that way. So my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So I didn't... Jesus Christ, that's 2 of them. Okay, well, I'll get rid of 1, but... some glimmering, lots of glimmering, I'm not sure. I'm not really going to be able to do anything with it, but that notoriety is very unfortunate. We didn't actually make that much money out of it, but okay. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So we've got more than one thing that's joyful. I've got the formula. I thought I had a corpse. I do have a corpse. That's the efficiency of the factory going again. This notoriety is going to be a real... It's going to be a real pain to get rid of. Okay, well, let's keep chowing down on corpses. Okay, apparently... I've already satisfied my graveyard mouse, so we'll leave that be for now. Don't have a season of ambitions coming up, so that's good news there. With that in mind, I'm actually kind of tempted to start going on these expeditions, but before I do that, let's keep going to Moorlands, because I can afford it right now. It'd be wonderful if I actually visited Moorlands. And then let's take advantage of these memories. So, something menacing. My reputation as a performer is ruined. My reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. This will be stark. I might not enjoy it. So, given the time that we have on this, it's entirely possible that I won't actually advance in the ghoul again. This is so interesting because I know there are people, like I know people who've actually fully completed the ghoul playthrough, and they've been very good at not telling me what to do. But it's so interesting that out of everything, it's the ghoul that's giving me the most trouble in terms of turning it into a, to turn it, like, to make progress inside of it. But again, that's the fun of the DLCs, right? Like, there's lots to think about. It's fun. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. So I think there used to be a bug with negative numbers where you'd like never need to eat again. But I'm assuming that causes some problems. So you feel free, by the way, to share that stuff. You can share that stuff inside of chat. I don't mind it too much. It's always a tough line because obviously some streamers don't necessarily like having people directed to content that's not their own. But especially because some people may not have seen it, like, do feel free to share the links that you have inside there. I won't show them on the channel just because I'd like to try and avoid having sort of strikes. Oh, did I not recruit this guy? Apparently I saved myself through my idiocy. We don't have a risk of fascination coming up, but I can at least get rid of that. Actually, this will work even better because I believe the dread and the fascination will turn it into a fleeting reminiscence. So eliminating the one will allow me to eliminate the other. Cool. A good day's work. I can always give this stuff to Miss Nania too, like if I want to give something joyful or something profitable. I guess the question is whether or not I benefit from using it as a medium or whether I benefit from giving it to Miss Nania. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's like I said, it's not for everyone, but I definitely think it's one of their better ones. My view is definitely it is probably the most likely to be appealing and among people who don't like that group. My client is aghast, but also agog. Some people will pay for this. Some people will pay for anything. So this is nice. It is going to help me with the fascination, but now the restlessness has become a liability. So let's have a chat with Miss Nania. I should have checked it about how much money I got from that. So let's do something joyful next. And I think from there I'll make a decision as to whether or not it's worth giving to Miss Nania or not. Oh, I forgot. This is actually a problem. Fortunately, I have contentment, which will cancel that out. So we've got Deoris. I don't have any corpses that I need to eat, so we can translate that right away. In Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers. I believe that's an edition, by the way, of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. Lock the study door, the work begins. All right, and let's okay, so contentment did its job automatically, as I was kind of hoping it would. I can't really do any summons yet because I don't want to give up lore, so the question is if I want the Painted River or the Ascent of Knives, and against my better judgment I am going to try the Painted River again. Paid off this time. Forbidden Epic, the attention of the hours drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, histories are braided, the histories are braided like hair. There's a great chamber in the Mansus through which the Painted River flows. The Vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. Oh, Forbidden Epic versus Forgotten... Wait a minute. Did I do this wrong? No, this makes sense, because the Forgotten Chronicle should be available in the first chamber, not the second one. So yeah, the Stag Door is where I want to be. Okay, so I can't use the Dread to... Wait a minute. I gotta think this through again now. Right, okay, so I got the Dread from the work, which I thought was going to cancel the fascination, which is why I got rid of the restlessness. But I definitely... I was a little too early in assuming that I'd be able to do that. For now, I'm going to leave the fascination on its own, and I feel like that's going to come back to bite me. If I want restlessness, I can go back through the White Door. Pretty sure I won't be gaining it from the Season of Ambitions. I think I'm just going to get Graveyard Mouth from the Season of Ambitions. I think I'm going to go through the White Door again. In the worst case scenario, like... I need to worry, like, too much about preserving the restlessness, but it'd be sort of nice. Okay. Enough for now. My clients' tears are welcome, even to them. Okay. So honestly, like, 2 wealth... 2 wealth in exchange for this. I think I'm going to start feeding these to the painting. Let's see what we get. Today, Miss Nania's eyes are almost sly. Found something noteworthy. A replacement collection of poetry because some idiot decided that he wanted to use my earlier one. Let's go back to Moorlands. Again, at this point, I'm just going to buy him out. If I'm going to get the notoriety here, it almost seems like it'd be a good time to start going on these expeditions, but I'm going to try and clear this out before... Oh, wait a minute, I should be working. Oh, damn it. So I haven't actually given myself an opportunity to work on anything because I didn't get the restlessness. I'm going to convert the Fleeting Reminiscence one more time. You know what? Yeah, it's 3 seconds. Gonna convert this one more time, but I can pick up heavy things and put them down again. Miss Nanya says nothing, but her mouth curves slowly, slowly. I realize that I've never seen her part her lips. Okay, so unfortunately the influence isn't really enough for me to do anything with. We'll give her something joyful. Miss Nanya's eyes are warm. Thank you, Casual Nothing. Again, it's something new each time I play the game. I did sort of... It's technically the one that I went for last time, but the one I went for last time I died to a fascination loss, so I figured I'd reuse it. And Ed Baver says, it's typical type humor, British humor, you love it, but I feel like it gets too much rather fast. Yeah, well, I mean, the TV show was like only half an hour. It's only when we watch stuff on YouTube that we wind up like over-consuming. Alright. I may have to eat a body, but until then, let's work with what we have. Oh, that's right. I remember what was going to happen. So this was going to turn into a fleeting reminiscence, and I would have 2 to deal with the fascination. But I think this is going to solve itself one way or the other. Okay, Guardside Sanskrit Reader. Technically doesn't advance my ambition, but it does bring me closer once I start getting those tantras, which, when we raid the ship, will be pretty soon, actually. Alright, no worries, Vulcan. I'm going to be probably wrapping up pretty soon myself, but thank you very much for the donation, and more importantly, thank you very much for being such a delightful regular. I feel a little bit bad, because I know, like, I never like picking favorites or whatever, but you've really stood out as someone from Octavian's channel who, it's like, you're obviously a name that's very familiar to me, almost so much that it's kind of funny when I see you in Octavian's chat, and it's like, oh, hey, Valken's here too. And I'm like, of course Valken's here. He watched Octavian first, not me. So I just wanted to point that out, because it's always a delight to have you in here. But it's also really funny just because it's so interesting. There's a few people in the channel who I know came through a specific streamer. And I've always sort of thought, I think that much better of each of the streamers when they wind up bringing somebody like that into the channel, just because, I don't know, it's probably just a really simple heuristic to remember them. But I definitely have, I've definitely kind of, it's been another moment of like, oh hey, yeah, Oct introduced me to Valken. What a good guy. And now you can decide if that's about Octavian or you. Anyways, an absolute pleasure as always. I hope you have a good night, and I won't be joining you, but I will probably be doing something very similar to you in 20 minutes or so. Okay, Lodge of the Sage Knight, Orchard of Lights. I kind of think it's an all or nothing as far as the fascination goes. I mean, there's 70 seconds left on them, so it's possible that we'll get a Season of Visions coming up, but I actually don't really think I need to get rid of them through influences. Well, I mean, most people kind of wind up, for Cultist Simulator stuff, a lot of people have just come from YouTube, which is really cool, because normally YouTube does not feed into Twitch, it's Twitch that feeds into YouTube, and even only then just to catch up on stuff that was streamed further than 2 weeks ago. But Cultist Simulator is a wonderful exception in lots of different ways. So I'm going to forgo the Restlessness, and let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Alright, well, Glimmering's not bad, but it's not what I was hoping for. I recall my dream. There was the Lodge of Blue Silk flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansus edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough, but we could not have been long together, not without touching each other. And you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you, just in case. I'll give you a tiny gift. Alright, let's say I'm just trying to figure out the best way to navigate all of this stuff. Okay, so less than a minute to go for this fascination, 72 to go for this one. Season of Suspicion coming up. If I try and use the talk verb with one of the heart followers, maybe I will get very lucky and it'll pick up the notoriety, but I think the better course is to just generate a bunch of mystique and hope for the best. So I think when I'm done this round, I will convert the Fleeting Reminiscence to Restlessness, which will be I'll use with Reputation as a medium. That'll keep me in Mystique until the notoriety goes away. The Something Profitable will be around long enough for me to be able to drop it off at Nania, and then presumably I'll have the Graveyard Mouth off of this. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I will have already, the negative number will actually carry over, but it is perfectly permissible for Man-Long and a Man-Long and Long-Woman and Long-Woman to lie together. I believe that is handled in the I think it's like the Iron, there's like a bunch of books called like the Iron Book and whatnot. It is actually explicitly said, those rules are explicitly said in one of the books. I just don't remember the exact one. I wanted to do Heart, or did I want to do Heart? Why did I want to do the White Door again? I've already got Karashim, so it wasn't for lore. I think it was to try and get Restlessness again, but I don't need that anymore. So I feel like the Stag Door is the right option. And I think, as a precaution, I'm going to save and exit. I'm never quite sure what causes that, but looks like we're gonna get the same problem again. Wait, really? That can't be right. Nope, okay. Yep, that comes up every once in a while. It has something to do with the fact that I've got a card sort of in my hand that's not properly registering with the table. So like I was trying to put it into the Ascent and it wasn't working out. And there's something about that causes a corruption. I'm assuming it's because they record the locations of the cards on the save. I'm sure if I were to ask, I think Lyra knows a bit about this bug. But it's honestly, I've never really lost that much progress to that problem, so. But usually when, like, my card's not very responsive, I just, as soon as I go to options, inevitably it says the session is corrupted, so. It happens enough that you can probably run in, if you look at my VODs, you'll probably see it like maybe not once every playthrough, but like once every other one. But I'm familiar enough with this. I'm familiar enough with it to, one, not be scared by it, and two, that I sort of know roughly the time. Like, if I thought there was some value in it, I could probably predict based on how the game is responding to me when it's going to happen. I just don't think that's a particularly interesting parlor trick, so. Well, I mean, it's not my job to figure out what it is. I try to help where I can, but like, my anecdotal experience of saying is like, when the moon was full and I moved at a velocity of exactly, 600 dots per inch, I'm not sure that's going to be the most useful feedback. Like, I think I said, oh, right. So, it's going to convert one of these into a restlessness, and the other one I was going to eat. Okay, so I'm going to wait 11 seconds. I'm going to chat with Nania to convert, let's say, this one into restlessness, this one into just my medium job. All right. Miss Nania's eyes are thoughtful. Got another collection of poetry. So in this case, I only need 2 lessons learned now. Apparently, I'm losing my mind as far as where all these different cards should go. So, but yes, this is the desire goes by the formula. Exploration, again, more moorlands is good moorlands. I've got the money for it. So these will finish at the same time, so I can start doing my restlessness rounds with the medium job. So I'm assuming that the fact that I ate one too many corpses means that the taste isn't affecting me. So the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken, the elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. So the cemetery's probably dead. Let this decay. I'll drop the something profitable off at Miss Nania. It really doesn't seem to generate that much for me, but I do remember in the past I've gotten a couple cool things out of it. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The black flax's answer is no, and that is always the answer. Okay. The real question here is whether or not it's actually worth trying to hang on to some lessons learned out of this one. So I could double up this glimmering. I could double up this one. And that would actually give me enough for my fevered imagination. So that is, I know I can learn Sanskrit, but this is actually not a bad combination, because then I can use the exact I can use the 2 poetry, the 2 can use the two books of poetry plus the 2 lessons learned that I generate through my natural glimmering. So, cemetery's probably dead. It's probably a safe bet, yes. I have a habit of saying very stupid things when I'm in the middle of a cast. Alright, do I want to risk the Painted River again? Why not? I am ready to improve, but I don't have enough erudition to really make it worthwhile. Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty, and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. So this one I just need the 3 lessons learned. I will make a small effort towards it, but I'm not gonna devote every last bit of effort I can towards pursuing it. There we go. I should probably order it properly. Okay, money. Also reputation, which is kind of nice. I only have a little over 2 minutes left on my notoriety, and then I'm in the clear. Let's try and convince some old ladies that I can talk to their grandchildren. Fortunately, wait, probably the other way. Grandchildren, I can talk to their old ladies. Their grandmas. Their dead grandmas. I am tired. 55 seconds. Fortunately, the fascination will be gone in 11. And I've got a collection of essays, because this is a game for smart people. Okay, let's go back to Moorlands, because I don't really have much else to do. Getting a little light on coin, but every 30 seconds I'm going to get one, so that's basically two every day. I need one to live, so I get a free coin to run around with if I so choose. And something profitable, let's have a chat with Miss Nania about that. Miss Nania's eyes are shrewd. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. So you don't actually lose the cemetery when it decays. It just becomes harder to get stuff from it. But I've never actually had a point where I've earned enough graveyard mouth to make it worth going. Alright, I've got old and happy far off things now. So let's go... Let's have some fun with this. I'm going to use a couple passion. I don't think I'm going to risk my Ooh, actually, I make it a harder target. I think I am going to use the notoriety, come to think of it. So I'm going to bank on my reputation a little bit. And... yeah. So I paint with this restlessness, and in 30 seconds I get another one. Just let the cards fill up the whole table. True chaos mode. No, true chaos mode. I've gotten emails. Okay, one email. Comments are the other ones. I go turn off the grid snap size and just mess around with the table. People take that very seriously. It turns out that is not something you do if you want to make friends. So naturally I do it, but I am not going to do chaos mode. I actually personally think, if memory serves, let me just see if I can find this tweet, because God forbid I let a stream go by without referring to a tweet. A long time ago, I sent a silly tweet to Weather Factory. Assignment of the hand. Yes, here we go. All right. Or they care how you play. I think it's the fact that when you're used to looking at the very orderly table and then you see it adjusted that way, like when you see it in this disarray, it is a little stress-inducing in some case. Like I am sympathetic to the feeling. Although I thought the email was maybe a bridge too far. It's kind of funny though. Like I'm good-humored enough about it now that I feel okay to talk about it. But anyways, so this is back from March of last year. So this is the month of release. So pretty sure it was the month. No, it was May. Sorry, May was when it came out. So this is a couple months. Anyways. So this was on the announcement that Weather Factory and Humble Bundle had joined teams. So I decided to give a thread of all the ideas of what I thought the best way to handle this new partnership was. So I was wondering who the publisher was, since the blog post that announced they had one. There's a good blog to explain the move. While I am below, I'm presenting some magnificent ideas that will really make this partnership worthwhile for both sides. Now, number one, each ritual requires a great sacrifice of $1 microtransaction each time. And, here's the really clever bit, it's super good and ethical because 30% of revenues pay for mosquito nets. Suggestion number two. Moorlands can now charge a restocking fee, real money, to add more books to the lore that you for the lore that you screwed up. You can pay an additional amount to suppress the animation of the stock boy rolling their eyes at you for 30 minutes. This one has not aged particularly well because I don't believe there are any cards that will just like destroy lore anymore, but at the time in the beta it was still possible to combine certain lore and just lose the lore. As it turns out, that was the knock. Next suggestion, Amazon Prime extends its reach into the occult tomes business, and for a monthly real money subscription will grant a draw 3 choose 1 book in half the time of a trip to Moorlands. Also, Amazon can time travel. I don't know why, that's the writer's job. The deluxe edition of the game, $139.99, comes with a chastisement of the invisible hand ritual that allows you to select a player to crash to desktop. Additional copies of this ritual sold separately, but only to owners of the deluxe edition. So this is the one I wasn't 100% sure on. I wasn't sure if the chastisement of the invisible hand was crash to desktop, or would allow you to go in and mess around with somebody's table. Remember the tattoo Kickstarter reward tier? It's back with a twist. $50,000 will allow you to personally apply the tattoo. 15% of the proceeds go to combat drug resistance disease. Kennedy is a monster if he says no. Director's commentary. Experience the development of the game as you play with the commentary from Weather Factory while you play the game. Commentary is entirely in Fusin. Fusin to English Dictionary sold separately and only after 8 DLC have been released. Hello, Zianzak. Amazon is an elder god that gives lore. I like that touch a lot. Finally, the last recommendation, and the one that I'm sure will earn me a business development role at Weather Factory, the Mirror Cosmetic DLC. For $29.99, a mirror is placed on the desk for you to see Iris behind you. The Mirror Deluxe DLC, $29,999.99. Iris actually stands behind you while you play a session. If any of you would like to see these implemented in the Book of Hours, please email support@weatherfactory. Please do not email them with those suggestions. But okay. Miss Nania gave me money, and I apparently cannot read that text because I'm impatient. But I am a troll who can Warcraft better than you, but I troll in a non-harmful manner. I love my content anymore. I'm glad that you like that. I had a lot of fun writing that. But yes, I do. There were actually a couple of other ideas that I did where I'm like, you know what, this thing has gone on long enough. So I didn't actually put all of my ideas inside of it, but I believe it used to be Eric Loftus, new name, same great taste. Have you come in that other name? I believe I've seen Xian. Oh, no, sorry. It's somebody else with a similar name. Unless you have been here before and I'm misremembering the other name, but it's too late. All 11 viewers plus 11 of their friends plus 11 of those people have already emailed Weather Factory with those suggestions. Yes, and tell them System Jock sent you. I will be sure never ever to be allowed to play one of their games again. They will deliberately copyright strike everything that they own. Stop by once for 50. Oh, okay. So I'm not going crazy. It's at the hour where I'm just completely, losing track of everything. How appropriate that the Season of Visions comes up. This is LARPing at this point. So, closely watched Cemetery. So this is what happens if you let the thing go untouched for too long. The authorities have noticed peculiar activity in this place. Then they have set a watch upon it. Visits will take longer, and very soon they will no longer be possible at all. All right, so I fed my imagination. I am gonna go for the passion upgrade just because I've got a decent enough batch of lore. It's not perfect, but I think it'll be enough. Colors of the Night, we'll spend on those. I guess I should be doing something with my talk, so let's have a chat about Forgotten Chronicle. Let's also pick up a Forgotten Chronicle. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in a siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. Oh, that's right. We've got Old and Happy Far Off Things. So, no. I am remaking the decisions that I made like 10 minutes ago. Sorry. The hour is catching up with me, I think. Okay, the Stag Door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. yeah, so once this is done, we're going to go back to the reputation as a medium. Rivers and Queens. This is actually not bad because I believe this will give me another secret history, but again, I want to try and clean out Moorlands when I can. I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. Magnificent work. I've created something both distinctive and beautiful. It will very likely enhance my reputation. Well, that's good, because I need more things to... Oh! Well, that's a pity. So I'm just going to let this fall into dread, because I don't have a good way of dealing with this fascination, unfortunately. So now I'm not going to have anything to help me out with my painting. Or not my painting, my medium job, but it's better for me to get rid of... It's better for me to get rid of risks than it is for me to try and earn money. Like, there's other ways of earning money. At least I'm not stale. I'm not really good at doing any kind of graphics, Makadabaka, so like even a evil Bob Ross would be a hard one for me to do. I mean, I have ideas about if I was forced to do it, I kind of know how I'd handle it, but unfortunately I'm a very lazy streamer. Let's just lift heavy things and put them down again. I'm not using the health for the white door, so I can sort of afford to do that for a bit. I'm moving on, Miss Moorland informs you. My stock is largely exhausted and the Suppression Bureau is taking an interest, so it's goodbye. The last book is nonsense, but I've tucked some interesting papers into the back as a thanks for your custom. Okay, so we're going to be going on to Oriflamme's next, and we've got a white ceremony. When I speak it, my lips don't crisp with frost. Each time, this is surprising. So we already have the white ceremony, it's how we've been bringing people in. Let's... something, deep mystery something. A dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret worlds and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If I bought this from a shop, it probably means that there is nothing else of interest left in stock. So let's start by selling this thing. This oddity is probably worth something, but it's hard to be sure. Contentment's always welcome, but in this particular case, dread more so. So I've got 2 lessons learned. I think the original plan was going to be for a collection of poetry, but seeing as I have the Glimmering, I might as well preserve the book. That's just going to be another thing I can sell later. Now, there is a risk of the Painted River having fascination, so in this case I'm going to go through the Ascent of Knives. It's possible I'll just get, like, Edge Influence or something like that. And there could be a lore here, but I'm in a particularly fragile moment with the fascination, and it's not easy for me to generate restlessness. So in this case, we're going to go for the safer path and take the Ascent of Knives. Turns out that was the right call. A furious air. Anger is implicit in every shape. 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Now, if I wanted... The Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow is probably a little rich for me right now, just because, you know, the only thing that I've got a big surplus of is the Forgotten Chronicles, and I actually still need to use those. So, if I want to summon stuff, Burning of the Unburnt God is probably the best way for me to get a ritual that will allow me to use it, but even then I don't think I can use the influence. So these things usually just wind up sitting around and decaying, so I'm not too worried about them unless they're Winter or Lantern. If they're Moth, it's even better because Moth turns into Restlessness, and I have ways of either adjusting Restlessness into a Fleeting Reminiscence or into money. But I don't have any of those. What else did we have? You like to think that Deep Mysteries is like some in-universe fan fiction. I'd be very interested to see what the Discord, there's gotta be a fascinating, for those of you who are like Python users, like some application of NLTK to like just scrape the entirety of the Cultist Simulator Discord and find some way of like just combining interesting engrams to create the official something deep mystery something. But is there a finite number of cemeteries that you can get bodies from? In each playthrough, so I believe this is so the first time I played the Ghoul, it was a sort of preview, but not really, because I played it on release version. And there seemed to be it was potential that if you somehow ate a corpse and you didn't have graveyard mouth, you'd be stuck in a negative value, which meant that because you didn't have graveyard mouth, you wouldn't be able to recover. You wouldn't be able to get the cemetery because you didn't have that aspect. So in that limited case, I have hit a point in the game where I could not visit the graveyard again. That's different from it being a cap in the game, though. I believe that was the game not working as intended. So to my understanding, you should always be able to find a graveyard if you have aspect graveyard mouth. If you don't have aspect graveyard mouth, I do not believe it's possible for you to get to the cemetery. So I suppose in the game, if there's something that stops you from having that aspect, then that'll be that would be what determines your cap. But my guess here is you should always be able to find a cemetery when you need one. If I want, I can try painting. I don't think that's the smartest move, though. Let's just go back to picking heavy things up and putting them down again. And then let's go back to Oriflammes. I probably don't want to spend too many rounds in auctions. And that's just because it's a really good way to run out of money. Okay, so I definitely don't need a collection of poetry. I'm okay losing that. Deep Mysteries, the L. Ron Hubbard of this world. Yeah, so like the plan to deal with this notoriety was to just keep hammering the reputation as a medium, but unfortunately I needed to let the restlessness decay into dread. Oh wait, what am I saying though? As soon as this goes away, I'm going to have fleeting reminiscence, which I can convert with Miss Nania. So yeah, I fully intend to flood the world with my mystique. Just like in the real world. Okay, let's put the verbs in the proper place. Okay, so I was happy to lose that one. Now we will read poetry because we are a clever and sophisticated person, the type of person who plays Cultist Simulator, available wherever fine games are sold. Yeah, I'm not worried at all about the notoriety now. But as it is, this is a really good way to make money. So. Yeah, so I'll chat with Miss Nania as soon as the thing goes away. Although, I mean, there is an argument for me to say just keep lifting heavy things long enough for the detective to stop investigating you, and then, actually start doing some of these expeditions. I might do that, actually. I think I'm just gonna... true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house, reproduced by one Riley Gresse from supposedly a much older text in Greek. Okay. I think this will be the last... No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I should probably have 6 of each. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in a siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. Okay, Fleeting Reminiscence is back. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to play ping pong with this thing and eventually turn it into Restlessness once my... yeah, once the investigation, excuse me, is done. Yeah, so I've got 2 minutes. I'm not gonna have enough to get rid of it all, but I think that will be how I start. And then obviously we spend money on these. And against my better judgment, I'm gonna go through the stag door again, although it's entirely possible I wind up with something that makes me regret going through it. Well, no, I can still get more lessons learned, but I'm okay letting the vitality expire because I'm very close to getting my max. I'm pretty close to getting my max passion. So I'm gonna do that first. I always tend to find the vitality sorts itself out somehow. But in this particular case here, I'm doing it more so just so that the mystique can expire and I can get rid of the weary detective investigating me, and that's essentially just to avoid a situation where I have a big stack of notoriety where inevitably they wind up bringing me in. And even then, that's just because I don't actually have very strong moth followers to get rid of the evidence. If I had them at level 2, I'd probably be more willing to throw people into the maw, but at the moment here, I kind of need to be a little more precious about my followers. The true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house, reproduced by one Riley Gressa from supposedly much older text in Greek. I have a feeling I just read that. Let's go back to Oriflamme's, and I am going to try and bring in one more body. Oh, what am I doing with Miss Nania? I'm going to try and bring in one more body, but I do need to make sure that this fleeting reminiscence stays around. Good night to you, Casual Nothing. Had a good time, although brief, watching some cultists was soothing, so thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for leaving a kind word. I don't remember if you were here when I said what that means, but again, it's very, in my experience at least, whenever I encounter if not streamers, people who make games or just otherwise people that I look up to and assume always hear nice things. The reality is that that is not their day-to-day experience. And so, again, even if you are a regular and you frequently say this stuff, I am 100% sincere when I say it is the difference between me saying, you know what, maybe I'll skip streaming tonight or something like that, and saying, unless I am on death's door or I cannot speak or the power is out, trying to make the streams each time. You guys are definitely very, very kind in your comments, and it is the reason why I play certain games more than often. That was one of the reasons why, well, not the exact reason, but one of the things that I talked about with someone somewhat recently was how people can be a fan of something, but that doesn't necessarily make them the best person for watching. I've actually found for some things that the fans have made me not want to stream the game again. So it's never, again, just to reiterate, it's never something I want to take for granted, because I am very aware of the fact that it can mean the difference between being more regular and streaming certain things. But more importantly, it also kind of helps me pick stuff that clearly you guys enjoy, but also keeps me sane in terms of not having to deal with a particularly disruptive chat. So anyways, have a good night, Casual Nothing. Tall Man Alive, I'm a little late today. Sort of. I actually should have finished about 17 minutes ago, but I'm still plowing ahead for at least a little while longer. We started 3 hours, 18 minutes ago, Tall Man Alive. There's no uptime command. You have to ask me. As long as my broadcasting program says, I'll report it, though. Anyways, I want a copy of De Bellis Mirorum. Well, this is the thing too. Like, I really don't have an interest in telling people the right way, quote unquote, to enjoy a particular game. But the thing is that, like, I find it very difficult to stream when there's somebody kind of hovering over me, like some cognitive sommelier being like, oh, you're gonna love this bit that comes up. You gotta see this bit. This is so brilliant. Like, I wish I could see your face when this thing happens. It's like, can I just enjoy the game that you love so much the way you enjoyed it? Like, and it's like, it's hard to fault someone for being excited because this is something we want. I would love it if people were more like unambiguously thrilled about the games that they're playing. Because, I mean, the alternative is this really horrible kind of fandom where it's like, you're only a real fan if X, or, you know, I've been following this thing for 6 years, you know, and now all these new people are in it. And that's really not helpful. Or, you know, the kind of attitudes which are like the developer, you know, oh, shame on these developers or these creators for not attending this conference. They're hiding from fans or whatever. It's like, they're under no obligation to behave the way that you want. They're especially not under obligation to take your abuse. So again, like, people getting excited about stuff is perfectly natural and, you know, something that to a certain extent I'd like to encourage. But there is definitely a way of doing that which gets in the way of other people being able to enjoy it. And unfortunately, as a streamer, it's one which sometimes results in me having a harder time engaging with the game and ultimately doing a worse stream. So the answer for those ones, honestly, in my case, are usually just not to stream those games, which is a shame. Yeah, actually, Maka, I've not played Undertale, so I can't speak direct. I really try and do my best not to, like, jump on a bandwagon on something and say, you know, okay, because someone told me that the Undertale fan base is, like, really hard to deal with, this is the group that I'm talking about. I've certainly heard that about it, but I don't own Undertale. I've never played it. So I couldn't myself say, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? I have no doubt that people are like that. The specific game I was thinking about, I'm not going to say, but is actually probably one a lot of you would be very familiar with. And I'll probably wind up playing the game again, but it's the one I actually talked with some people about, and I was very, maybe not surprised, but maybe slightly delighted to find out that they agreed with me. And there wasn't really any, like, best practices in terms of how to deal with it, but it was like, yeah, it's a little, it's unfortunate. So, hey, Johnny, great to see you. Let me just say, exercise the imagination on reason. I think we are going to go moth passion. So cut my hair, cut my bonds, cut my snip, snip, snip. I'm also a little curious, it can't be Grail. Oh no, it is. He who desires but acts not breeds pestilence. Oh god, I really want to do a Grail oriented passion at some point. But this definitely, Abraham Von Eck definitely seems like a moth creative. All right, guys, let me introduce you all, or reintroduce you, or otherwise bring your attention to Johnny Big Time. I should warn you, Johnny, I'm probably going to be finishing relatively soon. But for those of you who don't know him, Johnny Big Time is a very charismatic, very fun, very funny, very witty Twitch creator. Johnny and I did A Way Out most recently. Well, I mean, our most recent co-op thing was A Way Out. We also play games occasionally off cast. I've actually been rather enjoying Ghost Recon Wild Lads with him. We've played Dying Light together as well. And one of the things that I love, actually, the thing that I loved the most about A Way Out with Johnny. If you haven't seen it, you should definitely check out that VOD. I think I have too much pride to say that Johnny is better than me at games, but suffice to say that in a lot of cases, Johnny and I are very well matched for games, and Johnny is actually quite good at playing games. So Johnny while I'm now talking up Johnny's ability to play video games, he says, I was just playing the Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 with some buddies of mine. That game, I hate it. So apparently he got his ass kicked. I understand, Johnny. It's happening a lot to you recently. Did one of your friends betray you during that? I'm sorry, that was really mean. But yeah, one of the things that was really fun about A Way Out is that I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Johnny and I are very well matched when it comes to rivalrous stuff. It's actually one of the reasons why it's just a poorly made game when only one of your friends betrays you. That's you. Oh, right in the feels. I'll make it up to you one day, Johnny. When's your birthday? But yeah, I think I particularly liked the ending of that playthrough just because Johnny and I seem to be reasonably well matched when it comes to this sort of stuff, and I was very much on the edge of my seat, wondering how it was all going to end. So I know I've referenced it a couple of times. I still don't think... It's really weird to see what gets traction. Nowhere Profit did, but I think that's because it was a recently released game, so that's fine. That has an explanation. Cultist Simulator, obviously, you know, the tutorial video, people still like that. And there seems to be enough people who kind of like the cultist stuff, even with these long digressions, that it sort of... You can sort of see the peaks in terms of when I upload stuff. I was a little disappointed to see that A Way Out didn't get that treatment, because it's actually one of the few streams where I've walked out of it and I'm like, that was a good stream and I feel great about it and I can't wait to share it with people. So that's one of the reasons why I spend the time talking about it. But number two, it gives me a chance to talk about Johnny. Johnny is great at keeping the action going. He just recently completed the main storyline for The Witcher 3, which means that he's going to be playing the expansions for The Witcher for the next 2.5 years. But once he's done that, I'm really looking forward to seeing him cover some fresh material. We've been talking a little bit about his channel and what he's got in mind in the future, as well as just kind of generally getting a bit of a sense of the types of games that we like to play. And I'm delighted by how much of an overlap there is between Johnny and I in terms of the games that we play. Because when it comes to movies, we actually have some movies we both like a lot, and there's some movies that I love that Johnny hates with a passion, and I think that's true for games as well. So I think one of the things that's so delightful for me is that there are enough contrasts with Johnny that I always feel like I'm taking my life in my hands when I show him something or like suggest a game that's unusual to him. But usually when we do wind up doing a co-op is one of the more memorable experiences that I have, and I'm hoping to get a chance to do that again with him on a stream at some point. But July 2nd was your birthday. Oh man, I'm sorry, Johnny. I wish... Wait a minute. Did you do a birthday stream? I actually can't remember if I've wished you a proper... I forgot that we had birthdays so close. Happy post-birthday, Johnny. Anyways, all of this is to say, please follow Johnny. He's a wonderful streamer. I would love to see more people... No, you did not. You like to keep it quiet. Well, damn it, Johnny. You gave me a gift. That gift is still sitting there looking at me on my live dashboard. Now I feel like a world-class heel. But one way or the other, I do encourage you guys to check out Johnny big time. He really is a lot of fun. If you do !JBT, I think it is, there is a special command for him. And he really is somebody who I like to recommend, especially actually to people who say like, you know, why would anybody watch a person play a video game online? I usually use Johnny as the example of like, here's why this is something that people like watching. So anyways, Painted River. I've got another lesson learned. Hooray! The Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door far through the Mansus to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind, and all the while the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. Okay, so I've got more lessons learnt. I will collect my things. I will heal myself. No, I will not heal myself with money. I will heal myself with strength. All I need now is time. That ain't right. Really? 4 lessons learned? Where'd all my health go then? I feel like I should have 1 more health than I do, but maybe I'm wrong. It's past now, so nobody cares. I care, Johnny. I feel like even if you don't want to like make a big deal out of it or anything like that, it's nice to mark the occasion. It gives me an excuse to like get you a gift or something like that one. I don't know if I really want the collection of essays. Let's just see. 3 lessons learned. I'll spend 1 funds on it, but I don't think I'll go any higher. Again, here I'm just kind of trying to make sure I get enough money to keep the lights on while I get rid of the remaining mystique. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that acquisition, but it's too late now. I can always sell it in the worst case scenario. I haven't spent more than a... Okay, I'm going to be really interested to see if I get a graveyard mouth out of this one. Also, apparently I blew it with the... I just let this thing decay without thinking, but that's fine because I've already got a fleeting reminiscence. I'm very interested if I get graveyard mouth out of this one, because otherwise it's going to be like my old playthrough and it feels like I'm not able to get any graveyard mouth again, which fair enough, but I don't know if there's a special thing that I need to get from that or not. Skill, never know. The more, the more, the more, the more. So I have ultimate passion. Let's do a regular reason. So I'm going to get another point of erudition. I'm going to read a collection of essays, and I'll level it up. Partly what I'm doing... Ooh, Stum. Partly what I'm doing here is I'm just running out the clock so that I can get rid of the mystique and be able to... So I want to kind of clear things out so that at the beginning of next stream I can already have myself ready to go for one of the expeditions. I should still be using Dream though. So I'll try and be a little more careful this time with the... This is interesting. I don't actually see the graveyard mouth anywhere. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. I think I'm willing to do one more like this right now. Problem is if I get into a bidding war, because it's possible that I could actually spend all of my money. But in this case, it's Gartside Sanskrit Reader. Don't need to worry about that one. The taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken, the elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. So I did wind up with Graveyard Mouth, which is the way it should be. Again, I don't know if it was actually a bug. I try not to say reflexively whether something is or isn't a bug, because I'm not really in a position to know for certain. And obviously it's really easy to throw a developer under the bus, but whether or not they actually are responsible for my angst is a whole other question. So, but I'm near certain that the fact that I got a negative value for my Graveyard Mouth prevented me from actually generating it. Now that I have this aspect again, I can find new cemeteries and dig up. Hey Johnny, what is the best recipe for graveyard findings, particularly people? Like, I'm playing a character who, after drinking the elixir Zeboim, that formula that quickens the memories of decaying flesh in the bellies of the living, such a thing should not exist, could not exist without the consent of both the flower maker and the elegist, and with the assistance of 1 more hour besides. So if I'm eating people so that I can, I can experience their memories or keep their memories, what is the best, what's the best way to prepare them? How would you make that palatable? I'm asking your professional opinion, obviously. Shovel, go to an old graveyard, finally chop the bits and put it in a pot. I believe from the text it is definitely implied that my character did not chop it up into little bits. I seemed to require a lot of willpower to eat that first body. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little bit like the progress of an infectious disease. Okay, so we've got 180 seconds on that, I think. Let's read the essay now, then I'll double up the erudition, then I'll throw them all into the scholarship. I almost thought I lost the auction, and then I was like, no, I want to lose the auction, so... let's go for another Forgotten Chronicle. I might be overloading on them, but I can live with it. Still nothing else for me to do with dreams, so let's just keep plowing through. I'm not too worried about a lot of this stuff turning out the way that it is, because I know once I'm done sort of my studies, I can chew through these books relatively quickly. I don't need Kerner and Gut. The longer I wait with my, just with my demanding physical labor job, yes, I'm losing the occasional vitality, but I'm making it back in terms of doing the work. And all the while, the weary detective is just wasting his time pursuing my rumors of my misdeeds rather than my actual misdeeds. So right next to the spine would be the tenderloin. That's a good place to start, and you can roast the whole thing with some rosemary and garlic. See, I knew. Oh, by the way, I had a friend once named Rosemary, so I love the double entendre with I'm obviously unintentional, but I love this idea of saying is like, if you're gonna go for one, why not go for seconds? Slice it into medallions and enjoy that with some wild rice and some string beans. All right, Johnny's July 2nd birthday gift is a copy of Cultist Simulator and the Ghoul. One of my recommendations for Johnny's stream, actually, which I think he will sensibly not do. Let's have a chat with Madame Bichet. She's seeking pieces for the notorious Kerisham Review. Madame Olympie Bichet edits the Kerisham Review, which publishes material too ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She could use some assistance. I've personally wanted Johnny to start critiquing like the food in, or particularly like the kitchen qualities in games. So, like, you know how you always wind up in like a tavern or something like that? I kind of want him to do a Kitchen Nightmares of streaming. But this might be because I have foolish ideas for other people's streams, which I would never do for myself. All right, Madame Bichet would like a very substantial commission on Moth. As it happens, that is one of the few that I can do for myself. So I think I'm still gonna lift heavy things and put them down again. And this is mostly just to kind of keep my, you know, my vitality where it needs to be. But that'll give me something to do with the work slot when the opportunity comes up. It's really tempting to try and pop one of these fleeting reminiscences, but I actually need to hold fast for another minute while the detective winds up their investigation. Okay, subtle rupture. God, I think this one might actually have lore in it this time, but it's also possibly fascination. You only YOLO once? Yeah, it's fascination. Okay. Leaks through the cracks, my mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see, so this has an easy answer. You know, yes, I would have used this for my reputation as a medium, but I might as well get rid of the fascination that way. Again, at this point, I'm just waiting until Oriflamme serves up something Deep Mysteries. I do not need Gildersleeves either. There's been a stack of books that I don't need, but that's not the worst thing that can happen to me. So again, it's worth keeping in mind. I don't want to completely ignore the dedication remembrance, because Graveyard Mouth, if it gets to, and more importantly, it says do not permit it to reach 7, which is higher than I thought. But again, I'm not particularly fearful of it, but I do want to make sure that I keep an eye on it. So, you know, last time a 3 or a 4 gave us enough time to be able to deal with the problem without too much trouble. But of course, the longer you leave it, you run into that potential problem of, okay, I didn't plan far enough ahead. Now I'm in trouble, and I'm gonna have to decide either I lose something valuable or I run the risk of like losing the game. I don't actually know what happens when you get to 7, but okay, my reason's not in the spot it needs to be. In 8 seconds I will have the lessons learned that I need, which is good because this one's almost done. Okay, so we've got all the books that we're gonna get. So this actually wound up, as long as it's been, this actually wound up being pretty well timed, because if you think about the way that it all works, so we're exercising the mind. So I've got all the books that I'm going to get from traditional sources. The investigator's now in the last 27 seconds of its investigation. I certainly have no interest in buying something Deep Mysteries again. So the only place for me to go to improve my my library now would be expeditions. And of course, I've already got myself lined up for 2 sets of expeditions. The only thing I really don't have available to me right now is would be sort of advanced followers or just generally more followers. So I'm missing 1 winter follower. Otherwise, I sort of have 1 of each type of aspect. Now, realistically, I'm not going to have the easiest time with some of the obstacles that come up. Obviously, I'm taking quite a bit of risk doing it this way. But so far as like progressing through the things that I can buy, we actually kind of have hit things on time in terms of, where we want to be. It's really just the lack of people. That would be the only case of like, this would be the one thing I wish I had that I ultimately didn't achieve. So Definitely wasn't intentional, but it turns out reasonably well for me here. I'm trying to buy as much time as I can with this fleeting reminiscence, and I have another 30 seconds to go, but I kind of want to try and let the detective do as much as they can before I convert it. Is there an English translation? Oh, sorry, Chalk, I started reading the first Witcher book. You're really enjoying it? That's cool. I don't actually even know where to get it. I'm assuming we have like a local chain. Oh wait, why am I going? Sorry, I'm really on autopilot right now. I need to get better at that. Okay, let's convert fleeting reminiscence before I lose my mind again. Exploration's wasted for like 20 seconds now. We got like a chain called Chapters or Indigo, depending on where you are. It's kind of like, I guess, Barnes & Noble in the States would be the equivalent. But first one's called The Last Wish. You got it off Amazon. Oh yes, your fancy Prime. But yeah, I'm actually reading The Everything Store right now, which is about Amazon. It's a really interesting book. I'm reading it actually for a blog article, which I'm late in writing. But it's been a good read. I actually am surprised by how much I'm enjoying it. I mean, like, it's not that I don't think I did not go in thinking that I would dislike the book, but it has actually been a very breezy read, which I have rather enjoyed. So. Yeah, I did a very similar thing recently, Johnny. I could not have asked for a better choice. One of the things I'm trying to do, because there's plenty of stuff that's annoying at work, and work is perfectly capable of being annoying, like, on its own. I've decided, like, my lunch hours I would spend time reading. Inevitably, there's going to be something that draws me to do... I'm going to convert this again. I hate that I'm converting this again, but I want to balance out the priorities a little bit better. What was I saying? Yeah, so I know at some point at work I'm going to get interrupted, and that's just, life is a veil of tears. Oh, hey, The Eyes of Sin. I was actually going to be wrapping up fairly soon, but I'm really happy you stopped by because I'm always very happy to see you. You've been out and about all day, and you got back fairly recently. I hope Cultism has been treating you well. I've been playing it rather slowly, but we have made some progress, so it's lovely to see you again. I will actually DM you on Discord really quick. I'm giving her a hearty hello. Yes, very nice to see you, son. But yeah, so I've got some time for lunch. I've just been saying it's like, there's lots of stuff that I want to read. I try to do like statistical stuff for things that require concentration at home. Sometimes I get distracted by games, sometimes I don't. But allocating, 15 minutes, 30 minutes at work to reading whatever the heck is in my backpack has been just... I've gotten so much more read, and I just feel better about it. And I noticed that what that has done is that's built a habit that has resulted in me finding more time in my day-to-day to read. So, yes. I 100% endorse this, Johnny. And when you get back to Neil Stephenson, there's absolutely no rush for you to do that. I am dying to know what you think of at least one of those books. What else did we have? You've been playing games for a long time. You've been interested in those books ever since you heard that they exist. Yeah, I mean, I will probably enjoy the Witcher books more than I enjoy the Witcher games, given my experience of the first one. But Johnny assures me that they get better. So, what else? A tiny bit of research, and you can find what order to read them. The Last Wish was the one that everyone said to read for. Yeah, actually, this is the other thing that I noticed. Yeah, actually, you know what? The tricky thing for me, Johnny, is when I start reading in bed, it actually makes me go to sleep faster. And I actually want to make progress in my books. So, I've not read the Landover series. The challenge I run into, so apparently there's a chronological order for the Discworld books, but I don't know if you're supposed to read them in the order that they were written or chronological order, or you just read anything. But I'm told that they're wonderful and I would really enjoy them. So my skull creaks at the corners with knowledge that I've accrued. And Johnny, you picked them up because of the Netflix series was based off the books and not the game, so you decided to read them. Let me know if they are as immature as the games. Alright. So I got some vitality to play with. Let's do the Painted River, because I... Cool. Erudition lesson learned. If I want to advance my scholarship, I can. I think I'm just going to tidy up a few last bits. Exploration-wise, the wiser choice would be for me to take the pawn. You're afraid the Netflix series will be a disappointment? I think it depends. So I think feel like fans of the games have already set themselves up not to like it. But I honestly haven't really been hearing that much about the Netflix series, so it's like, I think people who just want to watch a show will probably like it. But I don't know, it feels bad that I think this, but I kind of think that the gaming... I don't want to speak generally about gamers, but it really feels like the way they've been responding to a lot of this stuff, like there's no way of making them happy. So I kind of have a suspicion that I'm gonna see a lot of really boring people on Twitter talk about how the Netflix series isn't good and it's not going to really convey any information. I hope that's not true, but I'm a little scared that that'll be how that turns out. Okay, so CD Projekt Red is being very faithful to the source material then. They gotta do Oz, but set in the Witcher universe. That'll be the better option. Sorry. Distracted. The trick that I'm working on right now is I want to try and find a safe landing for the fleeting reminiscences. I want to try and get my vitality where it needs to be to upgrade it. And I want to try and recruit as many people as I can. So... I'm going to use this in the medium job. Oh, damn it. I still don't have enough time with this one. You know what? Screw it. Throw caution to the wind. Let's try and recruit someone with the Forgotten Chronicles. Yeah, no, Johnny, sorry. I wound up typing a message. Okay, so I've got a pretty hefty edge follower. Do I want to... No, I'm gonna pay money. It is actually... Yeah, I was the other possibility too. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. The one thing I have noticed is every once in a while there are like these little mini freezes that are happening on Twitch for me, but usually when that happens, like on my stream, it just means that I've undergone like a small reset in my brain. Okay. So I believe this is the vitality that I needed to accomplish what I was looking to do. So I have 1 lesson learned, 2 lessons learned. I need a third. No, I need 4 lessons learned. Damn it. All right. Well, I'm still going to use this fleeting reminiscence because it's expiring soon. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, the harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Meniscate and the Sun and Rag since the Intercalate, where the true sun was divided. By the way, I heard someone call it Intercalate. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. Okay. I'm still going to keep banging away at the stag door. This is going to turn into despair, but I am also going to recruit Laidlaw, so hopefully that won't be a problem. I've got slightly less than a minute to run by, so yep, I wind up losing the fleeting reminiscence unless I can find a fancy thing to do with it. I was probably a little too early getting the professional muscle, to be completely honest, so I need to find something to do with that. Painting would allow me to preserve the fleeting reminiscence. So let's do that. But I don't have the reputation for it. Alright, well, I'll throw 3 passion in because I'm not going to use it for anything else either. Fleeting reminiscence, and let's get the pawn exploring. I may not be able to finish on the point that I wanted, but that's fine because I kind of feel like I'm at diminishing returns at this point. I'm actually an hour over on the stream, so again, we'll pay for paints, hoping that we strike it rich. I've got another lesson learned. Let's double up the vitality again. I've got plenty of time to get this done. So I think the order that I want to do this stuff in is... I'm going to do another Forgotten Chronicle, but I think I've overloaded on it now. Last night Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. Okay, so new hireling. I don't want a hulking fellow. I'd prefer to keep the professional muscle. The problem is now I've got a few different things. I've got a few different things on my plate which I actually need to work out. Have a good night, Maka. I'm actually probably going to be... I think I probably just need to admit I'm not going to get the stuff that I want done and go to bed. Especially at this hour, because I need to be at work early. Okay. So I need to recruit a follower and use the icy atmosphere in the recruitment. So that's going to happen with Laidlaw. I need to convert this fleeting reminiscence into a restlessness so that I can use it in reputation as a medium. I need to generate 2 more vitality to turn into a lesson learned. Wait, 4 lessons. Yes, 4 lessons learned. And then I need to start expeditions. Season of Suspicion's coming up, so never mind that. Yeah, so I think probably these expeditions are not going to be happening when I think they will, so... Actually, I need to I need to rehire the professional muscle first. Then I need to save the fleeting reminiscence. So, Leo's here. It'll take me 30 seconds to convert the thing with Miss Nania. Damn it. Yes, I'm going to convert the fleeting reminiscence with Miss Nania first. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Did I just get another fascination? Holy smokes. This game hates painters now. So maybe I don't... Okay, well this isn't as bad as I thought, actually. So let's just sort this reputation business out. Okay, so this will turn into Dread in 2 ticks. Right now this is going to turn into an investigation, which is obviously going to take forever to get through all the mystique, but that's fine. I can't, you know, I can't take full control of the state of the world. So, this decays to Dread. This will get rid of the fascination. I might as well get rid of this, because it's 30 seconds, which is as long as it's going to take me to get the new level. This is going to generate another mystique, but honestly I have so much now, it's whatever, we've reset the clock on that. So Miss Nania doesn't need to worry about fleeting reminiscence, because the fleeting reminiscence will come from combining the Dread and the fascination. I need to rehire the professional muscle, but I will hold off until the last possible... you know what, I'm actually just going to let the professional muscle expire. Unless I want to try and kill the weary detective, but that's probably not worth it. I'm going to let this expire just because I'm obviously not going to be going on an expedition anytime soon. So instead, let's talk about the secret world again. Okay. Not exactly where I thought it was going to go, but I think we've got a game plan that I can live with, so... So I'm gonna call it as soon as I'm able to get rid of the fascination with the icy atmosphere. So let's do... Let's do more work. Damn it. So 1 work, and then I'm going to study, and that'll just get me my last lesson learned. That'll allow me to get even more swole. And then there'll be a variation using lessons learned, but... Or sorry, erudition lessons learned, but I'm a little less worried about that one. Hello, Plagus! I am an hour past the time I said I was going to finish, so... I'm going to disappoint you very soon, but thank you very much for stopping by. I feel like it's been a while. How have you been? Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like I've been saying this very often to people, but... Okay, we're getting our 3rd graveyard mouth, so I need to start keeping an eye on when I'm going to visit graveyards. Life's been a roller coaster as usual. Well, I hope you are on one of the... See, this is the funny thing about the roller coaster. I think the down is the exciting bit, but I probably don't want to be saying to someone, it's like, well, I hope you're on one of the downs. This is almost certainly going to be fascination, so... Ascent of Knives. Okay, it was a lesson learned, and I could have used that. Of the place that my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, and each step is blood. I did not climb far. The pain was too great. When I woke, the pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ for occult purposes if I hurry. One way or the other, I hope you have had the better of it. But I have sympathy for the ups and downs as well. Okay, I feel in 20 seconds it's worth it to just keep Dream open. I do need to figure out what I'm doing with work, though. I actually don't have anything to do my medium job with, so I'm going to wind up doing physical labor again. Physical labor does not pay that well, but again, I'm at the point where I want to reduce Mystique because I don't want to get hit too hard with the consequences of a of doing an expedition. So I have the vitality that I need, so let's double that up into a lesson learned. 25% of your work hours depression has been hitting you hard lately, and one of your monitors died. Jesus, so you're on a down. But I get what you're getting at. It makes the upswing much better. Yeah. I mean, that was not intended as any kind of like life advice. It's more just a comment on the metaphor where it's the actions of the roller coaster are the exact opposite of the positions that we want to be in. So I'm very sorry to hear that it's been a particularly rough time, and I hope that it is going to be going in the opposite direction very soon. I was actually rather lucky that I had enough set aside that when my monitor, I was very scared that I would be in a reduced capacity because one of my monitors was dying, but I had enough set aside that I was able to get this. It's not as new as it is right now, but I do recognize the fact that I'm lucky that I'm able to say that about my position. So I rather hope that you get to that place and soon. All right, we are 3. So at 4, I think I'm gonna sort of break the glass and go to the cemetery no matter what. Yet more vitality, because why not? At the time that I don't need it, that's of course when it's going to become available. I'm going to take my 45 seconds at the work site again, although that may not have been the smartest decision for me, seeing as I potentially wind up losing the lesson learned. Fortunately, it's 45 seconds, so I can still double this. But it's usually when I carelessly just plow ahead into one of the other verbs, that's usually where I wind up losing cards. Okay, Overlooked Place is not the most exciting for me, so I'm going to send the pawn out again. I've got a new hanger on, which is okay, but not the most exciting thing I could get. Now the challenge is that every time I bring in a new member, my Mystique goes up. So I do want to bring these people in, so I think I will bring people into the cult. I'll at least bring names into the cult. Not Secret Histories names, but like names of characters' names. The moth... Oh, it's a pawn. What? This is why I was mistaken. It's like I would potentially bring this one in as a poppy sacrifice, but I don't really need the sacrifice yet, so... Shifty Woman's not quite good enough for me to want to kill evidence. Okay, I've got my lessons learned, so let's let the work site finish. Excuse me. This is what I was looking for in terms of being able to bat back and forth from Restlessness to Fleeting Reminiscence. I didn't read Laidlaw's text before, sorry. Laidlaw, a believer. Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. Alright, Leo. Leo is an earnest sort with an interest in the occult. He hangs on your hints about the invisible arts. recruit Leo using the White Ceremony. I've got my strength back, so let's add the lessons learnt. And I think it's edge if I want to get like monstrously strong, and heart if I want to be graceful. Yeah, so if I follow the Thunderskin's voice, I become graceful. If I follow edge, a higher strength, I will follow in the footsteps of the Lionsmith, who grows strong and stronger, and with the Colonel, who does not flinch from scars. I feel like if I had Forge, yeah, so Forge is a higher strength. So this interests me, like if there's secret techniques, nothing in this lore will be of use here. Can't be Knock, no. I'm wondering if there's anything else that gets... Okay, yeah, so Moth is the deeper grace. Interesting. And Grail. Wow, I didn't even think that some of these would accomplish that. Okay, anyways. Edge it is. I will follow in the footsteps of the Lionsmith, who grows strong and stronger, and of the Colonel, who does not flinch from scars. I can't work... Well, I can work, but not in a way that I think is productive. I should have switched this to a restless... No, I shouldn't have switched it to a restlessness, because if I did that, I would... Excuse me. I would be an eternal mystique. I'm going to combine these, and I will prolong the life of the Fleeting Reminiscence. The thing I'm worried about is this might generate more mystique. This will at least keep me in money for a little while. You hit a point in the file where you felt that you couldn't get anywhere, but you had no named investigators coming at you anymore. Yeah, I mean, Plagueis, it's definitely a game, and especially, like, if you're... So, like... Surviving Mars is the game that I play if I'm not feeling good. Cultist Simulator is one that I feel like now could be that kind of game for me, where it's like, you know, I'm not feeling 100%, but I'm going to relax with some Cultist Simulator right now, because I know the game quite well. I can't imagine playing the game when I was feeling, like if I was feeling kind of stressed out, because obviously the game asks a lot out of you. But with that in mind, like, there's a reason why I keep playing this game. Like, there's really nothing like it, and it's one that continues to reward sort of me coming back to it, so. Oh, neat. Yeah, when I was in World of Warcraft, I never got, like, throwing chairs, like, into it, but I did tend to find, because I was a tank, I'd usually be really invested in the success of the raid, so it wasn't one that I found that relaxing, but it probably should have been, because honestly, WoW is not like the hardest game in the world. Oh, neat. Yeah, no, definitely pick up Cultist Simulator again then. I think if you enjoy that, then that is the essence of the game, so. Leo is an earnest sort, but he's prepared to do what he must. All right. Am I done what I wanted? So we're getting our strength. I'm working, you know, as best as I can. I'm sick, but I've got vitality to deal with that. I don't want to hire the hireling. I'm under investigation. Hopefully I don't have too much mystique to deal with. At some point I want to switch a Fleeting Reminiscence into a Restlessness, but I can't use either right now because that will generate more mystique for me. And we're going through the Stag Door. Coming up next, we've got a Season of Despair, but I don't have any dread, and I don't have anything that will generate dread, so this is a good point to end. Sorry for being all over the map a little bit. I am definitely feeling the hour. I said earlier that I've not had lunch or dinner yet, and I was originally going to make dinner, and clearly, given the time that it is and the way that I'm feeling, that's not happening. Maybe I will enjoy a Kit Kat bar. But yeah, that was my choice. Thank you, as always, for watching Cultist Simulator. I like this game a lot. We will make progress on the Ghoul. I suspect that it will be quite apparent where it's going. I'm assuming there's something about the memories that I need, and it's entirely possible that there's something from the memories that I need in an area I haven't checked yet, because this has been true for just about every Cultist Simulator thing that I do. I think I've seen it all. I think the next bit of DLC is just going to be a small variation on the methods that I've already employed, and it almost never turns out to be that way. So I'm not particularly worried about the fact that we're not making progress through the Desire, because there are still some avenues we haven't checked. If after doing some expeditions and maybe reading some of the higher level books, I'm still finding that I'm spinning my wheels in terms of progress, that might be when I want to sit down and maybe reevaluate my approach. But so far, I'm always happy for more Cultist Simulator. And there's a couple of things that are neat about the Ghoul playthrough where even though I'm not necessarily making progress towards the end goal, just in terms of how Mystique is handled and how you kind of keep a roof over your head while also not keeping the Suppression Bureau on your heels and things like that, that's actually interesting enough for me to be engaged. So, anyways, we've got never played WoW. You cannot keep your interest for more than 2 hours. And yes, Plagas, I'm definitely going to need to eat something. I just don't think I'm actually going to cook a proper dinner. Everyone, thank you for watching, particularly Johnny and Eyes of Sin, because it's always very nice to see you, even if it's at the very end of the video. Unfortunately, no Surviving Mars tomorrow, even if I did record it. It's possible I'll get out of work a little early tomorrow. Well, relatively early compared to what I normally do. Even if I manage to record it in that time, the time it takes me to down res the video, I would only have that available for next week. So unfortunately, it will be a quiet. Excuse me. It'll be a quiet stream tomorrow. Friday, I actually have a lot of games that I want to cover. There was some really bad news. Defiant Development, who is responsible for Hand of Fate, is ceasing operations, so they will be maintaining the games that they have released, like Hand of Fate. But unfortunately, it will no longer be producing new games, and that's quite sad because obviously these are people who are now looking for work. Very special credit to the people running the studio, who apparently were on the phone all day trying to get new jobs for their now former employees. So in one sense, you know, it's timely, so I do want to get back to Hand of Fate. Obviously, I'm very sad that the developer's not going to be continuing to make games. But then there's Night Team 4 I want to get back to, there's Darkest Dungeon, there's quite a few things that I have on my plate that I would like to cover on Friday. So that's still kind of staying as an open night. But needless to say, whatever I wind up playing, I have every intention of enjoying. But until then, let's find out who is online and who I can stream, or who I can host. Okay, let's do, I don't know if I'll do this on a regular basis, but we've got another person streaming Cultist Simulator right now. Their name NKTALLOTH, NK I guess. I don't know if they just started streaming now or what. Just take a look. Yeah, it looks like they're a relatively new streamer. So, I obviously can't vouch for them. You do not feel the need to repeat the raid message or that, but let's give them a host. I hope I hope they live up to the prestigious game that they're playing. Please do give them a shot. Obviously, it's nice to be able, okay, actually, here's a quick side note. One of the things that did help me out in terms of making the decision to do more Cultist Simulator was I did realize at the time that more people were watching it. It's not the reason I do it now, but if you want to see more streamers on the margin cover it, it does help when you host and watch streamers like that. So I hope you guys hang out for a little bit to see how it goes. I am going to be streaming Friday, but other than that, I'm going to go to bed and try and get enough sleep to be coherent tomorrow. Sorry to end so gracelessly, but I will see you guys in a couple days. Oops, I hit the wrong button.